All right, everyone. I am going to call to order the closed session at 3:30, and I'm going to ask a roll call. Please?
Yes, Councilmember Martinez Bravo,
Here.
Councilmember Tremblay, Councilmember Santangelo,
Here.
Vice Mayor Tennyson,
Here.
and Mayor Kildee.
Here. All right, we do have 3 items in closed session. I'm going to ask Counselor, would you please kind of talk a little
Sure.
bit on why we're going into closed session?
Yes, for our special meeting this evening, we have 3 items under existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1. There are 3 matters, Roy Allen Slurry Seal versus the city, OPV Coalition versus Fox Canyon Groundwater Management, and Camarillo Sanitary District versus State Water Resources Control Board. And if there's any reportable action, I'll make that report.
All right, so we publicly stated the reasons for closed session, so I'm going to recess, and we will be back at 5 p.m.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to reconvene our council meeting for the city council, the Camarillo Sanitary District, and the successor agency. Will you do a roll call again, please?
Yes. Councilmember Martinez Bravo,
Here.
Councilmember Tremblay, Councilmember Santangelo,
Here.
Vice Mayor Tennyson,
Here.
and Mayor Kildee.
Here. All right, I'm going to ask Vice Mayor Tennyson to lead us in the flag salute, if you would, tonight.
Gladly. Please rise, place your hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right, and now we do have an interpreter or translation services available. There is an interpreter here. Would he please, or she please come to the podium, announce the availability of your translation services? Welcome. And you can use either microphone you'd like.
Hi, good evening. My name is Martha. Myself and my co-interpreter, Yvonne, are going to be your interpreters for tonight for Spanish. If you need our interpretation services, please come to the back. We will gladly help you with the equipment. I'm going to repeat this in Spanish. Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Marta. Yo voy a ser su intérprete junto con mi cointérprete Yvonne. Si necesitan traducción al español, por favor, vengan con nosotros. Con mucho gusto les damos el aparato. Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we do have an approval of agenda. There is one request with the consensus of the council. The recommendation is to hear regular business items after the presentation. Is there consensus that we can do that? Is everyone okay with that?
Yes.
Clerk, we're okay with that? Did you hear that? Okay. All right, so I believe right now that is going to get us down to the presentation. And it's the Boys and Girls Club, and I believe Roberto Martinez is here. And I am going to provide a presentation from the City Council. And do you have, there's a presentation here somewhere? Was there, would you like to come? Oh, there we go, okay. You're going to be doing the presentation. Okay, Roberto, so welcome.
Thank you.
And please proceed.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Thank you, City staff. I'm here today to thank the City of Camarillo, the Council, the staff for support for the Boys and Girls Club of Camarillo. I'm going to try to use this guy because my first time using it. All right. So earlier this year, we had city staff come in and do a service day. So they had worked with us and they came in, they had did touch-up paint around walls. They had worked on furniture, put together this ping pong table that we had ordered as well. They had hung up acoustic boards for the club. Really want to thank them. They had volunteered their time, came in on a Saturday bright and early with smiles and tools and got to work. So wanted to thank city staff. Chantal Limon and Ryan Strasser were instrumental in getting this started, and wanted to extend our appreciation to the city staff for making this happen. In addition, I wanted to thank the council and city staff who had worked on updating code and a variant so that we could display signage on our facility. It highlights our program and brings more awareness to who we are and what we do. So we were able to get that installed over the summer, and I think it looks great. So also wanted to thank council and city staff for your work on this. Also wanted to thank council for support through the community service grant that we received last year. We worked with the Camarillo Police Department, who came in and did a crime prevention through environmental design analysis. And with that, we prioritized the projects and we prioritized exterior lighting. So we updated lighting on the outside of the club and in the parking lot. And if you drive by at night, it's a much more illuminated, a lot safer environment. And then we also used funds for STEM kits. So here you see some kids putting together some of the STEM kits. These were personal speakers that they were able to work on. And I'm very happy to say that they work.
It might seem crazy what I'm about to say.
I know Councilmember Tennyson is restraining from dancing like he likes to. Vice Mayor Tennyson, but just wanted to thank the council for your support. You guys have always been great for the kids, great for the club, and it's great to see so many in our community here to speak on behalf of our friends and neighbors. So thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Roberto.
Thank you.
Appreciate you being here, Roberto. Thank you. We're always so grateful what you do for the community and the young people and your direction. You've been here for quite a long time, and it doesn't go unnoticed. And I always look forward to you coming here. You're always welcome to give an update on the important work that you're doing.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I may,
Yeah,
a comment.
please.
Roberto, thank you so much. Muchísimas gracias. There are people like you who continue to do the work every single day to serve some of our most vulnerable populations, including our children. And I'm extremely thankful for that. And I know that you do it, for not seeking recognition, but you do it anyways. And we're just very, very thankful. So the thanks is extremely to you and much gratitude to you and your team. Thank you so much.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Vice Mayor Tennyson.
Roberto, obviously, you know my feelings towards you and the Boys and Girls Club. I had the pleasure of working with you for a long period of time. But I'd ask you, I know you have a staff member present with you, and maybe you could make some introductions real quick.
Absolutely. We have here Jenny Parkinson. She is our Director of Development. She has been with our organization for 3 years, but beyond that has a wealth of experience with the Boys and Girls Club movement, nonprofit leadership, and she has been a wonderful addition to our team.
Thank you. Councilmember Santangelo, do you have a couple of comments?
Roberto, thank you so much for being here tonight, and thank you for all you do, because everything we do for these kids is an investment in our community. And one of the best things that I get to do as a council member is support you in any way I can. So thank you for being here and for all you do.
Thank you.
Councilmember Tremblay, anything tonight?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Roberta, as you know, we have a kind of a longstanding tradition on the council that if we agree with our colleagues, and I agree with all of the comments that our colleagues have made, my colleagues have made, we just simply say ditto. So ditto.
Thank you all for your support.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Roberto.
Thank you, Roberto. All right, that's going to get us down to council staff and intergovernmental reports. We do have Sheriff Freihoff here today and tonight. Would you like to make any comments at this particular point, Sheriff? Thank you for being here. Really appreciate you taking time out of your busy schedule.
You know, I appreciate having the opportunity to address the council mayor, council members, city staff, and our community. You know, it's been a very challenging couple months here in Ventura County, specifically as it relates to immigration enforcement by our federal agencies. As you know, they kind of run their own program. We don't coordinate, collaborate with immigration authorities on anything as it relates to immigration. We 100% follow Senate Bill 54, which makes it very clear that all local law enforcement agencies are not to participate in immigration enforcement. Any of those raids are done strictly by federal agents. We will, however, if people are in my custody and they're held to answer or convicted of serious or violent crimes, then I will let ICE know if they've asked what their release dates are. And once we've gone through a process of we verify that we believe they meet the criteria, we partner with the public defender's office, who also looks at it to make sure they meet the criteria. And then should ICE choose to get them, they have to come get them where they're being released. We will not hold them beyond the release time. So if ICE is not there, then they get let out. That's the way the law is written. Next month, I will be participating in the Truth Act Forum through the Board of Supervisors, where annually I have to report how many times ICE was communicated with, how many people we had that were eligible. And the numbers that I'll be talking about at next month were what happened last year in all of calendar year of 2024, not what we've seen so far. Obviously, the Glass House raid that happened on July 10th was not anything that we knew about until about 15 minutes before it happened. And the initial notification we had was they're going to hit a farm in Camarillo, and they had 80 to 100 agents that were going to be there. Then shortly after that, I was notified there was about 285 there. I received a call from one of my supervisors, Board of Supervisors, along with the CEO, saying, hey, they heard that things were going poorly down at the farm, and asked if I was going to respond, and I said no. I said, if I respond, then I'm actually violating Senate Bill 54 by assisting ICE with immigration. I go, if they become under attack or they request assistance because of that, then we will respond. We're not going to let federal authorities be attacked. That is not how you change laws in this country. And so shortly after the call I had with the supervisor, I had a call from the FBI, local office FBI officer, who said they're already deploying munitions and gas, and they were likely going to need help soon. Well, we don't have a team of people standing by to just respond. And so I made the notification for our tactical team to get assembled, to get ready, and should we be called, that we would respond to help protect everyone and keep the peace. About 5 minutes later, they notified us that we needed help now. Well, it still takes us 90 minutes to get everybody together. They met at Camarillo, then responded down to the farm, where they were able to assist getting vehicles to and from the roadway, because the roadway had been blocked by protesters' vehicles. We did not take a front position on any of the protest areas. We did not deploy any gas or munitions. We simply helped vehicles get from one end of the road to the other. And as the ICE agents were preparing to depart, we blocked off a roadway so they could leave. They ended up not using the road we blocked because they did not communicate with us that they had changed plans. So we stayed there until they said they were done, and then we left. We're not able to participate in their planning. Their planning, I believe, was a little bit substandard. But once again, I don't have the opportunity to weigh in on that beforehand. We got notified with 15 minutes that they were coming. We're not going to interfere with their authority. Otherwise, we will be in jeopardy of violating federal law. I know I've been asked numerous times to advise the community when ICE notifies us they're coming. And once again, we will not do that, because that's tantamount to obstruction of justice, and we won't do that either. They simply notify us so that if we get a call from a community member who says somebody's being kidnapped, i.e. arrested, that we can verify that those folks are federal agents because they notified us. If we get a call of a kidnapping or an arrest and we have not been notified, we will respond to verify that they are federal agents. We do not want to have a problem with cartels or anyone else using this opportunity to kidnap folks in our area. So we will 100% verify that they are federal agents. We will not stop them once we've identified that they're federal agents from doing their job. If the community would like to change how immigration is being handled, that is through your federal legislators to talk about immigration reform. That would be Julia Brownley, Salud Carbajal, and then Senators Schiff and Padilla is who represents California and Ventura County. That's who you need to talk to change the laws. Attacking federal agents, following them around, ramming their cars, throwing bricks at their cars, shooting at them was unacceptable. And we will always respond to keep the peace and protect federal law enforcement. That is not how we conduct business in Ventura County. We will respect the rule of law, and we will do everything we can to keep people safe. The other thing I'd like to say is that for our community members who are being told to be afraid of your local law enforcement, you need not be afraid of us. We are not going to ask you your status. We do not care. When you call 911, all you need is help, and we are the help that is going to show up. That is why immigration enforcement is strictly that responsibility of the federal government. We have spent decades, if not centuries, making sure that our community feels safe and that we are here as a partner with them, keeping them safe here in our community. And yet there are many groups out there who are trying to sow discord between their local law enforcement officers and agencies and the community we are sworn to protect. And it's unfair and unfortunate that these groups, because they are causing far more harm than good, and I think it's intentional that they are causing this harm. We are not here to do immigration enforcement. If somebody calls 911, we're going to show up and we're going to help them. And we're not going to call ICE because we're not going to ask if somebody's here illegally. That is 100% a federal responsibility, and that's where it should lay. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Any, Vice Mayor Tennyson, I believe, had a.
Sheriff, a statement first. The raid did not happen in the city of Camarillo.
Fact.
Okay. Secondly, you've been on the sheriff's department since when?
1990.
And at any time since 1990, and I go back a decade more before you, has the sheriff's department ever sanctioned immigration enforcement during your time as one of the duties and responsibilities of their deputy sheriffs?
No.
The SB 54 allows you to communicate in certain crime categories for people convicted or arrested of crimes, and then you will release that information when requested to ICE.
Correct. And it's not just arrested. They actually have to be held to answer. So it's a little bit higher standard than the probable cause. A judge has to have heard it and then made it the determination that there's enough to hold that person to answer for the charges that have been levied.
So a preliminary hearing more than likely.
Correct.
Secondly, I know there's been at least one incident that was pasted over social media where I showed up in the public lobby of the main jail at the government center. And the sheriff's department, that is being used as evidence that the sheriff's department is in fact cooperating with ICE. So my question is there a public-facing website that every member of the community or anyone in the world can go on to determine release dates of inmates from your custody?
Yes, that is public information for anybody that's in our custody, anybody, anywhere. If they know their name of the person that's in our custody, they can find out what the release date is, and they can also search what their charges are and their next court date as well.
And there is no way for IT services for the county or the sheriff's department to exclude queries into that from other governmental agencies or any members of the public?
No, it's public information.
Okay. Prior to the July 10th Glass House raid in the unincorporated area of Ventura County, Councilmember Martinez Bravo and I met with you and several members of your executive team. And you assured us at that point, and I believe you, that the Sheriff's Department has not, will not, cannot be involved in immigration enforcement.
That is accurate. And also at that meeting, I had indicated that I would try and do another video, which I actually did that morning of the raid. The problem is when I give a statement on video and then we have a raid, even though my statement is still the same, it's the same thing I shared with you right now. It's the federal government is making changes that I cannot continue to do videos every time they change their course. So I've decided that the video that I have already have posted holds true. The only other caveat to it, which is what I've shared here tonight, is if people who do not know that the person that is grabbing somebody is a law enforcement officer, they can call us and we will respond. If we've already been notified that it's ICE, then we'll call and verify. But if they've not called and made that notification, we will respond to make sure that those are federal agents.
And since the July 10th Glass House raids in Ventura County and Santa Barbara County, have you seen a lessening of ICE activities in Ventura County?
There's definitely been a lessening. They are still present. They are still making notification on individual targets or target locations, not necessarily a larger location like the farm. I know that the Ninth Circuit has put a halt to doing raids in that regard until that can be vetted. The one thing that people need to understand is that the Fourth Amendment does apply to all of us, federal agencies as well. And if they're not following the Fourth Amendment, they need to be held to account. And so the mechanism for challenging that is through the federal court system and through those agencies where they can review to determine if the law is being followed. I know we follow it very well, but this is also something we're very familiar with doing. Most of our federal partners are not used to doing street level enforcement. They typically have well-planned operations on single or few targets. I think it was said before, and I agree with this comment, and I think it was Jeremy Paris, the chief in Thousand Oaks, that said, our deputies on training in 4 months of training will make more arrests in those 4 months than most federal agents will make in an entire 30-year career. It's a different type of enforcement, but once again, Senate Bill 54 prohibits us from coordinating or helping, and so they're on their own. And the other difficult part of this is our federal partners don't have the blessed community relationship that we do. They don't have a stake in maintaining that relationship. So the manner of which they are conducting operations doesn't necessarily reflect how we interact with our community. Our community is not our enemy. And I've told our deputies this numerous times how I want them to think about this. We have 850,000 people that live here in our community. We have about 1,200 people in our jail right now. That means there's 849,000 people not in jail. We're not at war with our community. We're here to protect and to serve. And the more we do that together, the better off we all are.
I was going to ask you about that, but one other comment you made, and I hope I'm not sharing something that puts you on the spot, but we discussed the fact that the federal officers coming in, the federal agents coming in, come from a myriad of federal law enforcement agencies, and you kind of addressed it. Without the kind of training that our California peace officers get on dealing with civil unrest, and as you just stated, community partnerships and building up communities. You expressed dismay, disdain, disappointment in some of the tactics they've used, and said that if any of your officers use those tactics, they would be subject to discipline. Do you stand by that?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right, are there any other questions at this time? Martita?
Sheriff Freihoff, thank you so much for being here. Thank you, David, for asking many of those questions, including the clarification on the video as well. From that meeting that we had prior, it was actually July 8th, we shared multiple concerns, and one of them was regarding the tactics that David just spoke about. ICE is utilizing, in my view, atrocious and at many times dehumanizing tactics that are of serious concern to our community, and law enforcement did not disagree when I stated that, information about that. One of the main heartbreaking issues that I see, and we especially saw that after July 10th, is what happens with the children. As you know, I'm executive director of Friends of Field Workers. We help farm working communities in Ventura County. And what we were dealing with was babysitters that were left with children and babysitters that did not even know what had happened to the parents. I tried contacting multiple folks to try to get answers, and it was extremely difficult to get that information. And I know it's a completely different agency, I get it, but at the end of the day, what we're dealing with is vulnerable children. And I don't know what your department or what you can do or speak to that, because that is just extremely traumatizing, and, you know, trauma changes the brain and it can be re-traumatizing as well.
Well, there's no doubt that I had actually called the FBI director that was on site, our
Yes.
local agent, SAC, that was in charge there. And I said, hey, when do these people going to be able to make phone calls to let their family members know they're not coming home? And he goes, when we get to their secondary location, which we all know was the base, then they'll let them make phone calls. The problem was the activists had blocked all the roadways with their vehicles. They blocked all the farm roads. They threw nails on the ground. They tried to block the roads with bicycles. They threw bricks at the officers, all of which created delay in being able to get those who were arrested to that alternate location to make phone calls. They made over 300 arrests. There's 1,100 employees there. They made over 300 arrests. Took multiple trips for them to get from the farm to the base, and all was many of which was delayed because of the people who were there trying to help. That help caused a significant delay in them being able to make notifications to their family of where they were at. I wish I had the answer. We make a lot of arrests, and many times there are children present, and we call either Child Protective Services if they don't have a family member available. But if there's a family member available, that's preferred because it will cause less trauma for the child. Oftentimes, if the person we're arresting isn't violent, we don't handcuff them. We let them sit there and talk to their kids until the family member arrives. We let them take the child away, and then we put handcuffs on people when we have that opportunity. It all really comes down to the cooperation level of the person we're arresting. But we understand that the kids are there, and we don't want them to be traumatized either. We know very well what acute childhood experiences can do, especially when they're compounded to young forming minds over the rest of their life. And we certainly don't want to add to the trauma based on their parents' bad decisions. But that's what we do, and clearly not is what's happening with our federal partners.
Yeah, and unfortunately, even after the June 10th, and then of course, literally a month after is the July 10th big raid. But with the June 10th raid, I was aware that there was a farm worker, husband and wife, who were violently pulled out of their vehicle at a local farm, and they had children at home, and it became the responsibility of the farm to make that call to the child and let them know that their parents weren't coming home. So there is that significant disconnect and difference in terms of how I have heard local law enforcement deals with those situations versus what's happening now at the federal level, unfortunately.
Absolutely. But once again, I think that goes back to they don't have the benefit of building a community that we do. We get to build a community, and we do so by establishing trust and how we treat people. And they don't have that. And right now they're under a lot of pressure to make arrests. And some of that is, I spoke at the Truth Act Forum last year, and I said, part of the reason that I do communicate with immigration authorities, even though I've been asked not to, is when I asked immigration at the time, what happens if I don't communicate with you? Just so I know. They go, we're going to go into the community, we're going to get that person and anybody else we can with them. Well, to me, it sounds like it's better a deal to hand over those who are the violent and serious felons and have them not go into the community. Over the last, several years, they've not picked up all who are eligible for a variety of reasons, whatever the reasons, we don't know. They don't tell us and we don't ask. But that means there was a lot of people that were released over the last several years that do have serious and prior convictions that would be eligible under SB 54, who they are going after. And I can't help but think if there was, SB 54 is creating some of that barrier that would allow them to get people in our custody that maybe are not serious and violent felons, but they're going after anyway because they may be here illegally and maybe their offense is only minor. But since they can't come get them from my facility, they're going to go into the community and get them instead, or they're at their place of work. I wish I had the answers. I wish I did have the answers. What I can say is we're put at a significant disadvantage because we can't communicate with them at all. We don't get notified until a couple minutes before they're doing, obviously, the raid. And the first raid, I think on the June 10th one, we didn't even get notified. That wasn't even a local group that came in, and which just creates other challenges because they're not required to tell us that they're coming either. Now, our local agents, who we work with on a lot of other things, right? There's a lot of these agents that, from like FBI, we work with on human trafficking and bank robberies and child molestation cases, kidnapping across state lines. All those things we work with these federal agencies on. This particular law is one that's very unpopular by some, and as a result, people expect us to turn our back on our federal partners when the reality is we have a lot of task forces that we rely on having federal partners on. We had a homicide not too long ago in Ojai that was also, the guy was also responsible for a murder that happened in the city of Ventura. It was our federal partners that helped get that person back here across the border. He had fled south to Mexico, and those federal relationships allowed him to come back here where he's going to be held accountable for the 2 homicides he committed here in Ventura County. Those relationships are important. And once again, if people don't like the law that's being enforced, we don't change laws by throwing bricks at agents. We change the law by contacting your legislators and seeking reform.
Thank you, Jim. And last question. As you can imagine, the terror and the fear that our food is now being harvested under is significant. The farm worker community families that I've spoken to, as a matter of fact, the one that I spoke with today, she's even afraid to take her child to the doctor and to get a serious medical procedure that needs to get done. Given that intense fear, and I know you've said you've created videos in the past, but I think it would be helpful to recreate some of that in Spanish to really attend to the most recent situation, because I do know there are families who are not even, they're so afraid to even go to the grocery store that Friends of Field Workers has been taking food and delivering that to their homes or with our local farm partners. They're afraid to go to church, afraid to go to the doctor, and some even afraid to go to work. So that's just maybe we can continue to have those conversations.
When I first did my very first video, which is the exact same thing I've shared with you here, we did it in English and Spanish. The Spanish one was actually went viral. It was more widely viewed than any other video we've done. I'll make sure that gets republished again, puts it at the top of our social media platform so people can see it. I can't guarantee they're not going to get picked up by ICE going to the store. or if they go to work. The federal agencies are doing what the federal agencies are doing. And it's unfortunate that's causing that fear for those folks. I know talking to our superintendent of schools for the county office, or the County Office of Education, Dr. Cesar Morales, I said, families need to have a plan. So when their children are at school, if their parents are here and they're undocumented, that they have a plan should they not get there to pick them up, because the school has to have the name of the responsible party to pick them up. They can't just release them to anybody saying, hey, I'm here, because that's how kidnappings happen. But if they have a family member who is here that's documented, then they should have them listed as an emergency contact, so that if the parents are picked up by ICE, that somebody that's responsible, that's a family member, can pick up the child from school.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
Anything else from anyone? Thank you very much.
Thank you for the time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So with that, I'd like to make a statement to the Camarillo community. Our city is committed to transparency, safety, and ensuring members of our community feel informed and supported. We know that the recent federal ICE activity had raised concerns and anxiety. We've listened to the public at the most recent city council meeting. We read comments submitted through the city's communication channels, and we understand the concerns expressed during our daily interactions with our residents. We are currently bringing together trusted community partners to share accurate information, reliable resources, and a range of immigrated-related topics. We will be providing this information through a video format, available in both English and in Spanish. This video will feature partners sharing a variety of useful resources. In the meantime, we have also compiled a list of immigration resources on our dedicated webpage, which can be found at cityofcamarillo.org/community resources. This is all part of our ongoing dialogue about these critical issues and related information. As I shared in the video back on July 11th, we remain committed to safeguarding the dignity and well-being of all those who call Camarillo home. Our contracted Camarillo Police Department does not, which has been stated, and will not participate in any federal immigration enforcement operation. It's in line with the Ventura County Sheriff's stated policy. Our officers' focus remain to ensure local public safety. Camarillo is a safe and welcoming community, and our city council is committed to keeping it that way. Please keep an eye out for our next video, which will be announced later this month on our city communication channels. Together, we will continue to keep Camarillo informed and connected. Thank you. So with that, we're down to the council staff and intergovernment relations reports with council comments, and I'm going to ask Councilmember Martinez Bravo if she would start us off tonight, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And with your permission, you and I had spoken about the importance of vocalizing your message in Spanish. And so I'm going to go ahead and do that. Me gustaría reconocer la comunicación compartida en inglés por nuestro alcalde Kevin Kildee sobre el tema de inmigración, la cual está disponible en las redes sociales de la ciudad de Camarillo. Con el permiso del alcalde, me gustaría compartir este mensaje en español para nuestra comunidad hispanohablante. A la comunidad de Camarillo, nuestra ciudad está comprometida con la transparencia, seguridad y asegura que los miembros de nuestra comunidad se sientan informados y apoyados. Sabemos que la reciente actividad federal de ICE ha generado preocupación y ansiedad. Hemos escuchado los comentarios compartidos en la última reunión del Consejo Municipal. Hemos leído los comentarios enviados a través de los canales de comunicación de la ciudad y comprendemos las preocupaciones expresadas durante nuestras interacciones diarias con los residentes. En este momento, estamos trabajando para reunir a socios comunitarios de confianza para compartir información precisa, recursos confiables y una variedad de temas relacionados con la inmigración. Proporcionaremos esta información en formato de video disponible en inglés y español. Este video incluirá la participación de socios comunitarios que compartirán una variedad de información y recursos importantes. Mientras tanto, también hemos compilado una lista de recursos de inmigración en nuestra página de web, cityofcamarillo.org, Community Resources. Todo esto es parte de nuestro diálogo continuo sobre estos temas críticos y la información relacionada. Como mencioné en una declaración en video el pasado 11 de julio, seguimos comprometidos a proteger la dignidad y el bienestar de quienes llaman hogar a Camarillo. El Departamento de Policía de Camarillo, bajo contrato con la ciudad, no participa ni participará en ninguna operación federal de aplicación de leyes migratorias, en línea con la política establecida por el sheriff del condado de Ventura. El enfoque de nuestros oficiales sigue siendo la protección de la seguridad pública. Camarillo es una comunidad segura y acogedora, y su consejo municipal estará comprometido a mantenerla así. Esté pendiente de nuestro próximo video que se anunciará a finales de este mes en los canales de comunicación de la ciudad. Juntos continuaremos manteniendo a Camarillo informado y conectado. Gracias. So that was the mayor's message in Spanish, and now I can proceed with my
Please
council
proceed.
communications.
Thank you.
As you may know, the City Council recently observed its dark period from July 9th through August 13th. While most cities take their break in August, the City Council chooses to take one meeting off in July to be more equitable and considerate to families and children who are home during these summer months. On July 14th, I had a meeting with Councilmember David Tennyson and the city manager to provide further direction based on our discussion of the July 9th meeting regarding the upcoming immigration community resources that we provided that direction to. Our recommendation was to ensure that resources are available in both Spanish and English, including online access. We proposed including a presentation from an immigration attorney such as Vanessa Frank, from the Public Defender's Office, the Sheriff's Office, and direct service provider. I understand that staff has been working on this, and I wanted to ask the city manager if you would be able to provide an update on that status.
That's correct, Councilmember. As the mayor stated, we will be prepared to present that presentation through our different platforms next month.
Okay, thank you. On July 25th, I had a meeting with a Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness Special Committee meeting with Councilmember Tennyson. On July 30th, I had a meeting with the Central Coast Labor Council. They do have an upcoming Labor Day event in which you are all invited to attend. On August 12th, I attended the Crossing Guard breakfast, and today was also the very first day of school for some schools, including our high schools. So we're very, very thankful to our public safety team there, and our crossing guards definitely deal with a lot, especially with stressed parents in the morning. Just a quick community update on August 12th, yesterday. afternoon, as I was driving by Pleasant Valley Road, I noticed there was a traffic stop with some signs that said something about clean air. I subsequently received concerns from community members regarding the traffic stop occurring at Pleasant Valley Road. I promptly contacted our city staff within the city of Camarillo, but they informed me that they had no information about this operation. To better understand the situation, I went to the site, which was literally right behind my home, and I visited the site myself. And it was determined that that activity was related to a roadside emissions survey conducted under the direction of a state agency, which was super weird. I have never seen that in my life. Neither the city of Camarillo nor the Ventura County Sheriff's Office had been informed in advance. Given the context of recent ICE activity in our community, this unexpected operation caused significant distress and anxiety among our residents. Ultimately, it was found that the state agency did not have a required permit to conduct the survey, and so thank you to the Ventura County Sheriff's Office for your prompt response and for city staff for handling that situation. For more information on that operation, you can go to bar.ca.gov. I actually posted their flyers and that information on my own city council social media pages, Bravo for Camarillo and Martita Martinez Bravo, councilwoman, on Facebook. So you can go to their website and find out more information about that. And then this morning, I had the opportunity to meet, I think it was about 7 of our constituents, along with Council Member Susan Santangelo for the Mobile Home Land Rent Ad Hoc Committee. I think it's always important to listen to the voices of our community, and we've been working hard within that ad hoc committee and hope to bring more information forward to the full council. Let's see here. I would just like to share that I understand that we cannot fulfill every request coming from every single community member. The reality is that as a local government, there is only so much we can do in response to federal actions that fall within our authority. Every jurisdiction, whether it's a city or a parks and recreation district or a school board, operates under the same limitations. I recognize that some people may disagree with me, and I want you to know that I am always open to a respectful and honest conversations regarding those disagreements. At the end of the day, the safety of our entire community is my top priority, and I would rather have someone upset with me than lose a life. For those of us who walk alongside farm workers and immigrant communities, who take the time to build relationships, to truly listen to their fears, their needs, their pain, we carry a deep and unique understanding of what they endure and what they hope for. Many farm worker families live in constant fear, as I had shared earlier with Sheriff Freihoff. They're afraid to leave their homes. Children, very small children, are taking steps into adult roles, running errands, doing the laundry at local laundromats, because their parents too are scared to go out. Families have reported avoiding medical care. Some have even canceled critical medical appointments for their children out of fear. What they are asking is for a chance to live in this country they love without fear. They are asking for immigration reform, for a path to legal residency and citizenship, so they can care for their children, their health, and their future without constantly looking over their shoulders. The truth is, regardless of what political party you are a part of, we all eat. Every single one of us benefits from the labor of these families, and it is heartbreaking to know that the food on our tables, the very meals we gather around and celebrate around, is harvested under the weight of trauma, fear, and uncertainty. At this point, I do have a couple of requests. Number one, at the last council meeting, I've been meeting with a couple of our youth who have some environmental issues that they would like to address, and this is through an environmental resolution. And so what I would like to do, and I'm sorry I didn't get to that, I think it was just overshadowed by so many community members who came in to also speak about another very important topic. But at this point, I would like to get the support from another council member to give direction to staff for our youth's environmental resolution to be reviewed by our policy committee, if I can get that.
I support that.
Thank you, Councilmember Santangelo. Additionally, and just for clarity, policy committee is Councilmember Tennyson and Councilmember Santangelo. Okay, thank you. In addition, I would like to obtain support from another council member to request that staff present information to the council regarding the County of Ventura's proposed legal defense fund, should any of that part of that item be passed at the Board of Supervisors at their upcoming August 26th meeting. If I can get the support of another.
Is there support on that? I'm sorry, what, could you
It
restate
would
that?
be to obtain support from another council member to request that staff present information regarding the County of Ventura's proposed legal defense fund, which I believe is still an ongoing item, and that should be coming to the Board of Supervisors again on August 26th.
I have no problem supporting that, but I think just a single council member requesting the city manager have staff look into the county's potential movement on that issue and reporting back to us. I don't know that that requires two council members, does it?
I don't believe.
I don't know if you're asking for direction or you're asking for an item to have a similar discussion about potentially participating in that.
Well, we don't know what the results will be, so I think just bringing that information back to begin with.
Direction.
Yeah,
It's just direction, as I understand it,
Yeah.
correct? Yeah. Okay,
okay.
got that.
And then the other request that I have is to obtain support from another council member to place the ACLU lawsuit on closed session agenda for discussion with our city attorney.
I support that.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Santangelo. And I will end with this. At this point, I would like to kindly ask, and I've spoken with Mayor Kildee about this, I'd like to kindly ask if council is okay with that we adjourn today in memory of Mr. Jaime Alanis Garcia, their family, aquí está su familia. And I would like to take this opportunity to speak about Mr. Jaime Alanis. If we can get his photo on the screen, that would be wonderful. Thank you. Yo sé que su familia está viendo en México también y lo voy a mencionar en español primero. Pido respetuosamente que hoy clausuremos esta sesión en memoria del señor Jaime Alanis García. Jaime Alanis García fue mucho más que un hombre en una lista o una estadística en un informe. Fue un esposo devoto, un padre amoroso y un trabajador agrícola inalcanzable que dedicó más de 30 años de su vida a los campos de California. 10 de esos años aquí mismo en la costa central. Día tras día cosechaba tomates y otros cultivos bajo el sol para poder mantener a su querida familia en México. Quienes lo conocieron lo describen como un hombre lleno de alegría. Era humilde, generoso, presentaba cada día para servir a su comunidad. No por reconocimiento, sino por un profundo sentido de responsabilidad. Jaime no trabajaba para ser elogiado. Trabajaba por amor, por su familia, por sus vecinos y por la tierra que ayudaba a cultivar. Su gran corazón y ética, trabajó inquebrantable, dejaron una huella imborrable en todos los que tuvieron el privilegio de conocerlo. El día de su trágica muerte, Jaime subió al techo de un invernadero, llamó a su familia, confundido y con miedo, compartiendo que había presencia de autoridades migratorias, sin saber qué iba a suceder. Horas más tarde, el hospital informó a su familia que Jaime había caído 30 pies y había sufrido heridas que ponían en riesgo su vida. Su familia nunca tuvo la oportunidad de despedirse. Nunca pudieron decirle por última vez cuánto lo amaban. Su última llamada estuvo llena de miedo. Y nadie, especialmente, que ha trabajado tan duro durante todos estos años para sostener a su familia, debería experimentar ese miedo. Después de 3 décadas de trabajar en nuestros campos, haciendo el trabajo esencial que pone comida en nuestras mesas, los últimos momentos de Jaime estuvieron marcados por el terror. Seamos claros, Jaime no tenía antecedentes penales. Era el tipo de hombre en quien este país confía, pero que con demasiada frecuencia es olvidado. La vida de Jaime refleja la historia de miles de trabajadores agrícolas esenciales cuya labor sostiene nuestras comunidades, cuyas manos hacen posible que todos vivamos y prosperemos. Aunque ya no está físicamente con nosotros, su espíritu vive en su esposa, su hija, y en todos sus seres queridos, y en todas las vidas que tocó con su fuerza silenciosa y dedicación inalcanzable. Jaime ha sido sepultado en su estado natal de Michoacán, México, donde sus seres queridos lo recibieron por última vez. Su historia no es un caso aislado. Es una historia que muchos conocemos demasiado bien y una historia con la que se identifican profundamente los 42,000 trabajadores agrícolas del condado de Ventura. Hoy honramos la vida de Jaime, su sacrificio, su humanidad, y con el corazón lleno de dolor, vamos a clausurar esta sesión en su memoria en la ciudad de Camarillo. Muchísimas gracias a su familia que está aquí y a la familia que está viendo en México. Nuestro más sincero pésame de parte de cada uno de nosotros que estamos aquí. Y ahora voy a leer esto en inglés. I kindly ask that we adjourn today in memory of Mr. Jaime Alaniz Garcia. Jaime Alaniz Garcia was more than a name on a list or a statistic in a report. He was a devoted husband, a loving father, and a hard-working farm worker who gave over 30 years of his life to the agricultural fields of California, 10 of those years right here in the Central Coast. Day after day, he picked tomatoes and other crops under the sun to provide for his beloved family in Mexico. To those who knew him, Jaime was a man full of joy. He was humble. He was generous. He showed up for his community every single day, not because he sought recognition, but because he felt a deep responsibility to serve. He worked not for praise, but out of love for his family, for his neighbors, and the land he helped to nourish. His kind heart and unwavering work ethic left a lasting impression on everyone privileged to know him. On the day of his tragic death, Jaime climbed onto the roof of a greenhouse. He called his family, confused and afraid, sharing that immigration enforcement was present, not knowing what would happen next. Hours later, the hospital notified his family that Jaime had fallen 30 feet and sustained life-threatening injuries. They never had a chance to say goodbye, never had the moment to tell him one last time how deeply they loved him. His final call was filled with fear, and no one, especially someone who has worked as hard as Jaime did for as long as he did to support their family, should ever have to experience that fear. After 3 decades of laboring in our fields, doing the essential work that puts food on all of our tables, his final moments were marked by terror. Let us be clear, Jaime had no criminal record. He was the kind of man this country depended on, but far too often forgets. Jaime's life reflects the stories of thousands of essential farm workers whose labor sustains our communities, whose hands make it possible for us to eat and thrive. Though he is no longer with us, his spirit lives on with his wife, his daughter, his significant others, and every life he touched through his quiet strength and relentless devotion. Jaime has now been laid to rest in his home state of Michoacan in Mexico, where his loved ones welcomed him for the last time. His story is not an isolated one. It is one we know too well, and it is one that resonates deeply with the 42,000 farm workers right here in Ventura County. Today, we honor Jaime's life, we honor his sacrifice, we honor his humanity, and with heavy hearts, we will be adjourning this city council meeting in his honor. My condolences to the family who is here. Thank you very much. You are welcome here in the city of Camarillo. And después nos conectamos para darle un certificado. Muchísimas gracias por estar aquí.
Okay. Thank you for your comments. Concurrence? All right, so would anybody else like to, oh, Susan, would you like to?
Thank you. Okay, for meetings attended on July 10th, I attended the CPA Board of Directors meeting. Later that day, on July 10th, I attended the Airport Authority meeting. On July 23rd, I attended the Policy Committee. On July 26th, I attended the concert at the park and did the introduction. It was disco night, so I really enjoyed it. July 30th through the 31st, I was at the CASA conference in San Diego I rode down with David Tennyson. It was a very enjoyable ride. Thank you. I appreciate that. And congrats to Tony, who is the new president of the CASA board. And then earlier today with Martita, I attended the Mobile Home Land Rent Ad Hoc Committee. I don't have anything prepared like I did at the last meeting when we had so many people come, but I do have some things I just wanted to share. There's nothing more frustrating than being a local leader right now. And feeling like we have our hands tied and that we can't do anything about ICE, to put it frankly. And I feel that frustration every day. I wish I could stop them from being in our city. I wish I could stop the arrests. I wish I could force them to take masks off their face. I wish I could do a number of things, but I just don't have the authority to do that. Even this council as a whole doesn't have the authority to do a lot of these things. And so I've been spending some time trying to think of what things can be done. At the last meeting, I asked for a list of things that other cities were doing, and frankly, there's not a lot of real tangible things that other cities are doing. And I don't want to be just performative. I don't want to just pass a resolution and then not take action. And so I really feel strongly about that. There is a fund. Oh, let me pull it up on my computer. Never mind. There is a fund that was launched by the Ventura County Community Foundation called the Neighbors Support Fund. And I'm going to read from the website. And I prepared some handouts for each of you so that you could follow along. But it's the Ventura County Neighbor Support Fund. And it says, our community is hurting. Fear, confusion, and uncertainty have taken root in our neighborhoods across Ventura County. Many families are feeling anxious about daily routines, afraid to go to work, bring their children to school, or even step outside their homes. In some cases, families have been torn apart, with parents separated from their children. Local businesses are feeling the strain, and our shared sense of security feels deeply shaken. This is our answer, and we build it together. The Ventura County Neighbor Support Fund provides urgent assistance to families and small business owners through trusted community partners. A special VCCF committee of respected local leaders ensures transparent distribution of resources to address our most critical humanitarian needs. Our priority is helping families with food, shelter, and basic necessities, while also supporting our community through the wider economic impact of this crisis. I'm not going to keep reading, but I think you get the gist of what the fund is for. But the fund is to actually really give direct help and immediate relief for families, to support agricultural workforce, to support initiatives to keep kids in school, to help strengthen community nonprofits, safeguarding local economy, and supporting small business. And so I'm asking that we bring this back on a future meeting on the agenda, and we have a presentation about the fund, and that we discuss possibly making a contribution. And so I'm asking for support from a fellow council member.
So just for the record, Friends of Fieldworkers applied for a potential grant from BCCF for the Neighbors Fund. And so I will be recusing myself from all conversations and discussions regarding this. So that would even include potentially, or our city attorney, if you'd like to add to that.
Yeah, I think we thought it was best that you would not participate in the, making the second, if you will, related to this request.
I will support a request for a presentation from VCCF on exactly what this fund is. I know they've hit a lot of the local service agencies and individuals for contributions.
Thank you.
Right.
Appreciate that.
Do we have direction? Staff, yes?
That direction?
Okay.
Okay,
Anything else?
thank you. No, I
Susan?
appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you all for being here.
Who would like to go next? How about Vice Mayor Tennyson?
I will start. On July 10th, I attended the Regional Defense Partnership meeting in Ventura in the morning. Later that afternoon, I attended the Ventura Council of Governments Committee meeting. On July 12th, I had the privilege of attending and introducing on behalf of my fellow council members a summer concert series, Blue Breeze, which was wonderful rhythm and blues and jazz music. I got to attend 3 of the 4 summer concert in the parks, and I believe I saw Councilmember Tremblay at least at 3 of them. And the turnout is absolutely fantastic. We're talking 4,000 plus people filling Constitution Park right next to City Hall. And I think our police department would gladly tell you that we had 0 incidents where they had to be called to deal with members of our community enjoying themselves. The weather was absolutely fantastic at everyone I went to. So in the olden days, when we had a private committee that put these on, I believe there were 6 or 7 throughout the summer. These are absolutely phenomenal opportunities for people to go out with their friends, their family, and you can set up your blankets on the Friday night starting at 6 p.m. to save your spot for the Saturday concert series. So look at that next year. If you've never attended one, you'll be happy you did. On July 15th, I attended a meeting with city staff and Assembly Member Steve Bennett on Assembly Bill 367, which impacts local water purveyors and water agencies, and we had a very good discussion. I'm not sure what the results of that discussion are at this point. I'm sure over the next week I'll find out. On July 17th, I attended the Ventura Council of Governments Administrative Committee meeting. July 23rd, the Policy Committee. July 25th, the Information Technology and Facilities Committee. Immediately after that, the Public Safety Committee. On July 30th and 31st, I also attended CASA, and congratulations, Mr. President. For people that don't know what CASA is, it's the California Association of Sanitation Agencies, of which we are one, that represents over 100 public sanitation agencies in the state of California. So kudos to Councilmember Tremblay. I attended the Information Technology and Facilities meeting. It doesn't roll off the tongue because that's a fairly recent committee edition on August 6th as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Tremblay, do you have anything tonight?
Sure, thanks, Mr. Mayor. So for meetings attended since July 9th, July 10, the Utilities Committee with the mayor. On July 10th, the Airport Authority with Councilmember Santangelo. On July 11, Ventura County Transportation Commission. On July 15th, the Fox Canyon Groundwater Management Agency Fiscal Committee. On July 23, the Fox Canyon GMA Board. On July 25, the Metrolink Board meeting in Los Angeles. From July 30 to August 1, the CASA Conference in San Diego, and I'll speak about that in just a moment. On August 4, I attended the Ventura County Department of Airports Part 150 public hearing. On August 12, yesterday, we had the Crossing Guard breakfast, and then today we're currently in our city council meeting, of course. With regard to the CASA conference, the topics included groundwater, topics that are very relevant for sanitary and sewer agencies in the state, including infrastructure projects and manage risk for how you deliver capital projects, and alternatives for how that is approached, not just from a design bid build standpoint, the traditional standpoint, but also from a progressive design build. AI and specific applications to our industry, to that industry, permitting support and PFAS media narratives. I'm honored to be installed and serve as this next year's president for CASA. I want to recognize that one of our colleagues, our Mayor Emeritus, Charlotte Craven, six-time mayor, also previously served as president of the California Association of Sanitation Agencies. So she kind of blazed the trail, I guess, for us, and I'm very grateful to her. She was able to attend too, and I'm very grateful that she was there. The summer concert series has been outstanding, and I particularly want to praise Pleasant Valley Recreation and Park District and all of their volunteers and city staff for putting on a wonderful series. I think Chantel Limon took the lead from our side, but I know there were a lot of staff that did it, so they did a great job. And then finally, regarding federal immigration, there is no item on our agenda this evening regarding that topic. But as I said in a prior meeting, I want to thank my colleagues and the public for your continuing and thoughtful comments on the issue. I anticipate we'll hear more tonight during public comment, and I continue to reflect on and consider those comments. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. All right, so what I attended, on Thursday, July 10th, I attended the Utilities Committee meeting. And later that night, I attended the Camarillo Community Band's Thursday concert at the park. If you ever get a chance to go to that, it's a lot of fun. They asked me to conduct the band, and thankfully, the musicians were not paying attention to me, and they were able to go on with their beautiful music, notwithstanding my very limited knowledge, A, about music, and B, about conducting. But it's a lot of fun. So if they ever ask you to do it, do it. It's a lot of fun. Thursday, July 17th, I attended a VRSD board meeting. Friday, July 25th, I attended the Information Technology and Facilities Committee meeting with the Vice Mayor. And I also got to tour HRL Laboratories in Camarillo, a new business, and we're absolutely thrilled to have them in Camarillo. They do some remarkable stuff, way above my knowledge, but absolutely fantastic stuff that they're doing. Tuesday, August 5th, I attended another VRSD special board meeting. Wednesday, August 6th, I attended the Information and Technology and Facilities meeting along with the Vice Mayor. And yesterday, Tuesday, August 12th, I attended the Crossing Guard breakfast, and I want to publicly thank all of our Crossing Guard that take the time out of their schedule and do this. It's not an easy job, but it does not go unnoticed, and I'd like to thank our staff and the police department for supporting them on this very critical effort that they do to keep our school-age children safe. All right, so unless anybody has anything else to bring up there.
Mayor, I was just going to request a 5-minute break, if that's possible.
Oh,
at
sure.
this
You know
point.
what? Let's take a 5-minute break, and we'll be back in 5 minutes. So take a 5-minute break. All right, I'm going to reconvene the meeting. It gets us down to consent calendar items C through L. Madam Clerk, are there any speakers on this tonight?
We do have a speaker on item H, which is the Camarillo Workforce Housing Down Payment Assistant Program. And the speaker we have is Maria Acosta. So is Maria here? Okay, so you're going to go up to the podium and we'll start a timer for you and you'll be able to see it.
Okay. Good evening.
No, good evening.
I do understand that consent agenda items are not for discussion, so really I just have a couple of questions about the program. In light of what we've seen on the federal level with the student loan debt debacle, what I was concerned about, I'm a bit of a taxpayer hawk for those of, I've met with a couple of council members over the years. So that is my focus and where I come from on the use of our tax money. My concern is with this loan program is what is the guarantee of repayment? I read that the $50,000 plus interest is deferred for 15 years. And I read that it's funded via some sort of grant. I'm just unclear whether it's a state tax money or federal tax money that was acquired for this. But my real question is, what is the issue or how is it going to be handled if there is a default in 15 years on this grant money? How do we recoup it? Is it going to just be forgiven? That is my real question, and I understand it can't be addressed tonight because it's a consent agenda item, but perhaps that can be expanded upon at some future time or handled by staff as a response.
You know, I think we can probably answer that tonight. Yeah, if that's,
Mayor, I'd defer to Mr. Sanchez. I think he can answer that question.
yeah. I think we can get an answer for you tonight, so.
Thank
yeah.
you.
Proceed, Mr. Sanchez, please. He's the gentleman over there to the
Good
my
evening,
left.
Council. Mr. Mayor, to answer, I heard two questions. The first was what occurs in the sense of defaults. And the loan would be second position on the mortgage and could be potentially liened against the property. In terms of the source of the funding comes from the state PLHA program, which is real estate tax transfer money that's funneled through the state. So no general fund dollars are going into this program.
Wonderful. So just to clarify then, so is it taxpayer money or it's coming from fees? at
It's
the
coming
state
from
level?
real estate transfer
Fees.
tax fees, correct, yes.
Wonderful. Thank you. I appreciate
Thank
the
you.
response. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, anyone else?
Just give, with this new system, I want to make sure I'm not missing anybody. And no, that's the only one on consent.
All right, so any questions by council on the consent calendar as submitted?
I can move consent.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. And we are going to do the vote.
Okay.
First time we've done a vote electronically, so
Yeah, Mayor, you might explain to the
Doing
public
this.
so they know.
yes, we have an electronic system here, and this is the first time we're using it, so bear with us here.
So I can't get anything on my screen.
Okay, I can go ahead and ask for Tremblay's vote.
Aye, and just so you know, it's not coming up on my screen. the
Okay.
voting screen. Thank you.
I'll mark you down as yes.
Councilmember Tremblay.
Yep, it's there.
I did it.
Did you get mine?
Yeah.
It's not on mine.
Okay.
What can I say? I tried that again. I get some
Okay.
video games.
Yeah. Well, you know, 4 to 5 isn't bad. Okay,
Okay.
we'll work on that. Okay. So that passes 5-0. Okay, that's going to get us down to the discussion item, City Council. It's a MOU for the County of Ventura for home key and permanent supportive housing projects partnership. We've got Lisette Torres with us here tonight. Lisette, thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, staff, and members of the public. As mentioned before, my name is Lisette Torres. I am a Senior Management Analyst in the City Manager's Office, and I'm here to present this item. With me today, we also have Kimberly Albers. She is the Deputy Executive Officer and Homeless Solutions Director with the County of Ventura, sitting right in the front. And also Senior Deputy Jason Havelka of the Ventura County Sheriff's Office and Project Hope, and both of them will be available to answer any questions after the presentation today. So today I'll be discussing an opportunity for the city to partner with the county on a significant permanent supportive housing project. The county recently applied for $27.9 million Home Key Plus grant funding and is seeking the city's partnership for the Lewis Road project, which I will discuss this evening. If the grant is awarded, this partnership would allow the city to address local homelessness while leveraging substantial state funding and county resources. So to understand this partnership opportunity, it's important to first understand what Home Key Plus is and what it does. This is a relatively new state program that directly addresses homelessness with a focus on behavioral health challenges, including substance abuse. Home Key Plus funding comes from Proposition 1, which California voters approved in March of last year. And the program specifically focuses on two key areas: the creation of behavioral health treatment beds and the creation of permanent supportive housing. Unlike previous programs, Home Key Plus not only funds the creation or the development of housing, but also provides limited operational support for projects. The program serves three overlapping populations: those who are homeless, those who are chronically homeless, and those who are at risk of homelessness. And the distinction here is that homeless refers to anyone lacking stable housing, including those in shelter or places not meant for habitation, living in vehicles, those who are in temporary stays with others, friends, family members, or even in hotels. While chronically homeless, which is a federal term, specifically describes individuals with a disabling condition, such as a serious mental illness or a physical disability, who have been homeless for over a year and have experienced repeated episodes of homelessness totaling at least 12 months. The key requirement with this grant is that those served by the program must be living with a mental health condition. The behavioral health requirement is different from previous Home Key programs, but actually works in the city's favor because many of the Project Hope clients the city serves already meet this criteria through their existing connections to behavioral health services. To give a little overview of the project would be located at 1732 Lewis Road, which is just outside of the city's jurisdiction in the county unincorporated area. The site is located on the same campus as the former rain shelter and the new Rancho Sierra development, and it's the site closest to Lewis Road highlighted there in the image in red. The Board of Supervisors approved the project, the Home Key Plus application, and the CEQA exemption on April 8th, 2025. And the project includes 88 permanent supportive housing units that are going to be provided in a modular or efficiency design. I'll discuss the design in the coming slides. Many Mansions, which is a local nonprofit service provider, will provide the operations, the property management, and the services on site. Dignity Moves would be the developer for the project, and if the grant is awarded, the build timeline will be approximately 18 to 24 months. A little bit more on the site plan. So the project will be a modern, well-designed facility using modular construction methods. So these are units that are constructed elsewhere and then installed on site. The units come as duplexes, and each one is approximately 200 square feet. So two boxes, as you see in the image, represent one unit. So they're almost like Lego pieces that come together to create one unit. As mentioned before, there will be 88 units, with one of those dedicated for the on-site building manager and another one to provide office space for those important on-site supportive services. The project will also include ADA compliant units located where you see some of the little cutouts there in the configuration, and those are going to be slightly larger than the 200 square feet to accommodate the needs. Here we have some photos of similar projects, interior photos. The units are efficient, but complete with an individual kitchenette, bathroom, and living space. These are single occupancy units, so designed for just one individual. The project will also contain community spaces for programs and services, as well as on-site laundry facilities. The image you see in the top left corner of the slide represents a similar project that has a community space, so that's what it could look like potentially. And the other photos are what the units look like. So you can see the bed, a counter, and appliances, desk, storage space, things like that. And that's what the units would look like internally. And then here we have some exterior renderings of the project. So the buildings that contain the pitch roofs have the community spaces and interior entries to the units, and the others with the flat roofs have exterior entry. So that's the difference in the designs, with the outdoor and community space located right in the center for access. So in the partnership opportunity that the county is proposing, the county would be the recipient of the $27.9 million Home Key Grant and enter into a standard agreement with the state to build the project. For a one-time capital investment of $2 million, the city would secure 10 dedicated units for Camarillo residents over the life of the project, which is 55 years. This permanent supportive housing would be, again, specifically for individuals experiencing homelessness who have behavioral health challenges. Referrals for the 10 units would come from Project Hope, which is the city's homeless outreach team, through the Continuum of Cares, the county's coordinated entry system. So this is the county's centralized process designed to coordinate homeless program intake, assessment, provision of referrals, all in a coordinated way. Project Hope staff already use this system and are very familiar with what it entails. Clients would be qualified early in the process based on their behavioral health connections with the required documentation. And as the units become open, clients would be matched accordingly with the city and Project Hope providing final verification of Camarillo residency. Should no eligible Camarillo residents be available for placement in one of the 10 units at some point in the 55-year term of the MOU, the unit would be filled by another eligible household. If that occurs, the next available unit in the project would be dedicated to the city of Camarillo to ensure that the city can retain its 10 priority units. Funds would be paid directly to the county to use during the construction phase of the project, and no ongoing operational funding would be required from the city beyond the $2 million initial investment. The county would handle all ongoing costs, operations, maintenance, management, and services. The city's commitment would be formalized through an MOU and an enforceable funding commitment letter, which is required by the grant and included in the county and state agreement would be included there. The funding request from the county breaks down as follows. The total request in the grant application was $27.9 million, with $22 million to be used for capital costs and another $5 million to be used for operation of the project. The grant required a match, and so the proposed $10 million match includes $5 million for capital and $5 million for operations. The city's proposed $2 million contribution would go towards the capital match, along with $2.5 million from Gold Coast Health Plan, and the other $500,000 identified to be filled by other county sources. And then in terms of operation, $2 million would be contributed by the Behavioral Services Act, and then the county would identify other sources for the remaining $3 million. There are several important terms that are listed within the MOU and outlined here. Camarillo's $2 million investment secures permanent access to the 10 units for Camarillo's residents. This represents approximately a cost of approximately $200,000 per reserved unit over the 55-year term. The city has no ongoing operational responsibilities or costs, and the county and other partners would fund all operations. Referrals would be made through the coordinated entry system by Project Hope, and Project Hope would work with the system to identify any eligible residents who have a behavioral health connection. Many Project Hope clients already qualify today. Once clients are presented to the system and matched with this housing, Project Hope will once again provide verification on city residency, utilizing the same criteria that is used for other services, including the hotel voucher program. That is that the individuals must be homeless within the city of Camarillo for 6 months or longer. And this is verified in a number of different ways, including through the Homeless Management Information System and other documentation sources used by Project Hope. This agreement includes protections for the city's investment. Once the state accepts the funding commitment, neither party can terminate the agreement, ensuring long-term stability. However, if the project is not constructed, the city receives a full refund of the $2 million contribution. As far as legal protections, the county assumes project liability with standard exceptions that have been reviewed and negotiated by the city attorney. And there is a clear process in place for resolving disputes before legal action is needed through a mediation process. And then finally, the standard professional contract, or the MOU includes standard professional contract protections against any unauthorized changes. So it's important to be transparent about what this unique partnership entails and to be clear that there are some trade-offs. The city's $2 million contribution provides unit priority and referral control, but limited operational oversight. So this is different from projects where the city has ownership and more direct management involvement. The county will be required to operate the project under the state Home Key Plus requirements, which limits the city's ability to modify operations. For example, the required use of the coordinated entry system with city verification versus direct placement and bypassing this process. Fundamentally, this trade-off really looks like less control in exchange for being able to leverage the almost $28 million in state funding and those 10 dedicated units. Ultimately, in this proposed partnership, however, the city maintains the key element that matters the most, which is ensuring that Camarillo residents can access these units that will be built just outside our city limits. As we near the end here, I want to just talk about the fiscal impact. The $2 million one-time capital investment, or represents a one-time capital investment. The annual cost breaks down to approximately $3,636 per unit over the term of the project. There's no ongoing operational funding required from the city, and if approved, the funds would be appropriated from the Continuum of Care commitment in the general fund set aside for projects like this, and currently the balance of that reserve is $3.8 million. And finally, this table provides a more comprehensive view of the fiscal impact of the proposed project, as well as 2 other recently approved projects, and represents the city's overall investment in housing solutions. The city has been able to access nearly $8 million in grant funding, plus the possible $27.9 million across 3 projects to create 25 housing units, leveraging multiple funding sources that you see listed here, including federal grants, community development funds, state grants, and county partnerships. The general fund impact over the next 5 years for these projects would be $376,000 in operational costs, plus the $2 million proposed capital match for the Home Key Plus project, while external grants and partnerships would cover the vast majority of the total project costs. This portfolio of projects represents diverse housing opportunities to meet a variety of needs, including permanent supportive housing, interim housing, demonstrating the city's commitment to both immediate needs and long-term housing solutions. And although not delineated in this table, these resources and city investments will provide both the housing units and the comprehensive supportive services needed to help individuals and families transition into housing. Services include case management, mental health support, job training, and other wraparound services essential to helping residents remain successfully housed. So I'll leave the council with the staff recommendation, and I welcome any questions you may have.
Okay, so you've heard everything. Are there any comments or questions to this one? Vice Mayor Tennyson?
One quick question. Lizette, this was presented to the Public Safety Committee a couple of weeks ago. And I asked the question of you and the Project Hope team, if we had these 10 units available right this instant, how many people do we already have cleared that we could move into that? How many households?
Oh, at the very least 10. I mean, we'd have more than enough to fill the 10 units, just based on our clients' current needs.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments at this time?
I just,
No questions, comments or anything?
No, I had a question.
Okay, Ms. Tremblay?
Which I was just thinking of. Lisette, thanks for the great presentation. Can you go back to the slide that details the capital investment amount? It's way back in the beginning. Yeah, and so the project, I think it's another slide. I'm sorry, it is this. The capital project itself is estimated at 22.97 million, correct?
Correct.
Okay. My only question is, we would have and I think I think this is an excellent project. I think it's a natural component and a necessary complement to our existing exemplary Project Hope efforts. And we certainly have set aside funds in our general fund for quite some time. And I like the fact that there's no ongoing operational expenses for 55 years. Question is, from a capital standpoint, if there is a cost overrun in terms of building the facility, who bears that responsibility? Is our $2 million the maximum amount?
Our $2 million is the maximum amount. The city would not be obligated to provide anything beyond the $2 million that's outlined in the MOU.
So if, and I sure hope it doesn't happen, the cost of the facility goes over by $1 million or so, that's not on the city, that's on the county.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Martita?
I don't have a question, I just have a comment if this is the time, but I think we're going to
No,
wait for
no
public
comments
comments.
or questions?
We'll wait for public comments on
Okay.
this item.
All right, so Madam Clerk, are there any speakers on this issue that you're aware
I
of?
do have two speakers on this item, Maria Acosta and Brian Schumacher will be afterwards.
Okay,
Hello again.
hello.
To start with, a couple years ago, I had an opportunity because I was concerned about the homeless issue to meet with Dr. Martinez Bravo and Alonzo Ramirez, I think was his name, at the start of this when you were looking at permanent supportive housing. So I appreciate that meeting. And so I think this is the culmination of what you were working on. My question, by the way, very thorough presentation. Thank you. You answered most of my questions. But I'm left with one question, which is really the same question where I started with this whole permanent supportive housing issue. So when it sounds too good to be true, sometimes it is. And so this Lewis Road construction is going to happen just outside of Camarillo. We have 10 rooms. I appreciate what's going on there. But my concern back then was, if you build it, they will come. We currently have less than 100 homeless. I appreciate greatly the work that Project Hope does, so this is not a criticism at all of Project Hope. But we have under 100. We're going to spend $2 million for this so that we would have 25 beds total. Barry and Arneal, I believe, are for Camarillo itself, but my concern was this about Ventura County. I don't live in the city of Ventura for a reason. I chose not to live there because they could not deal with the homeless problem, and it's their policies that have created that. I live in Camarillo because it didn't have this problem. But my concern is it going to be a county facility for 78 residents outside who are not for the benefit of Camarillo? They're now going to be right outside of Camarillo. I understand the mental health issue that oftentimes comes with the clients in these homes, and they can be evicted if they don't follow rules. So with this facility about to go in right outside our boundaries, it will become Camarillo's problem, and I'm worried that it's going to actually ultimately increase our homeless in Camarillo, meaning the county has successfully transported out of the bigger cities into our community the homeless problem that they did not do enough to stop in the first place. So that's my real concern, is how is that going to be mitigated should this be built, on how we're going to basically safeguard against actually the unintended consequence of having more homeless come into our community because the facility and the permanent supportive housing it contains isn't working. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Anyone else?
Maybe Lizette.
Am I directed to answer the question?
Would you?
Brian Schumacher?
Hi, my name is Brian Schumacher. Hello, Honorable Mayor and Council members. I'm here today speaking on behalf of Autism Society of Ventura County. We're here this evening to offer our strong support for the approval of the memorandum with the County of Ventura for the Home Key and Permanent Supportive Housing Project at Lewis Road. This project's an essential investment in addressing homelessness for individuals with behavioral and mental health challenges who often also have physical disabilities and intellectual and developmental disabilities, including autism. The inclusion of 88 units with 10 dedicated to Camarillo residents reflects a compassionate and impactful approach to supporting vulnerable populations in our community. To ensure the project's success, we respectfully urge the city and its partners to plan inclusively and equitably by implementing these priorities. Accessibility and sensory-friendly design. Many individuals with autism and other disabilities have sensory sensitivities that can be impacted by lighting, noise, or crowded spaces. Incorporating quiet areas, adaptive lighting, and noise mitigation will ensure a safe and welcoming environment. And also community collaboration, engaging with organizations like us, ASVC, Ventura County Behavioral Health, and other local experts will ensure that the project meets the diverse needs of its residents. We commend the city for its leadership and partnership with the county and its $2 million investment in this critical initiative. ASVC is eager to collaborate to make this project as inclusive and supportive as possible. If you'd like some more information about Autism Society of Ventura County and our advocacy committee, please reach out to advocacy@autismventura.org. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, is there anyone else?
I do not have anyone else.
All right, council, is there any other questions or comments at this point?
One question.
Question,
Okay,
yeah,
Susan.
Vice Mayor?
Susan.
Oh, you have a comment? Susan. Why don't you go ahead and start?
I have a question.
David, why don't you ask your question?
Thank you,
How's
Mayor.
that?
Lizette, I believe I asked this question as well. The county doesn't truly need us to build this project, is my understanding. We are the first and only city they approached to partner. This project, if I'm not mistaken, would go forward even without the city's $2 million capital investment in it. And if that occurred, we would not have the commitment of 10 units or any kind of say whatsoever in who goes into those additional 10 units. Is that correct?
Correct. If the county is awarded the grant funds, they will need to identify the matching funds in some other way.
Okay, any other questions or comments from any council member? Marchita?
I have a comment. First and foremost, I'm not sure if our entire community is aware about Project Hope and truly the wonderful program that we have to attend to people experiencing homelessness, and none of that could be possible without staff and leadership, Jason Havelka, and the behavioral health team, who are truly providing such crucial services to our community members. The reality is that there are people in our community who are suffering, and there are people in our community who will continue to need that support and possibly for the rest of their lives. I think it is extremely important to continue to invest in people. And given that this project is not within the city of Camarillo, but it's still an opportunity to partner, I think it is an excellent partnership. And I believe that this $2 million contribution from the city of Camarillo to secure those 10 sites and for the 55 years is something that I would support. I think that this will only further enhance the Project Hope efforts in providing homes for people who are experiencing homelessness and mental health disorders. And unfortunately, we do have a housing crisis here in the county of Ventura. And I think that this is a solution moving forward. And with that, I am comfortable to move this forward. As an official motion, I can move that.
Is there any other comments that anybody would like to make on that?
Oh.
Susan?
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly add my support for this project. I think that these beds are a perfect complement to the multiple programs that we already have. And I want to add my gratitude for Project Hope, really doing excellent work. And I'm so proud of it and so glad that it's part of our city. but I think this is a really good investment. Can you switch the slide to the one where you figured out how much it is per unit per year? There, no, one, there we go. I mean, annual cost of approximately $3,636 per unit over the project term. There's no other way we could do that. So I support this, and I'll second your motion.
Thank you,
Did you make a
Councilmember.
motion?
Yes, I did.
All right, there is a motion and a second. I just want to make one comment. I take your concerns. $2 million is a lot of money. We understand that, but my feeling is this gives us an extra tool in our toolbox to deal with this issue, and it's a very, very complicated issue. Our city was one of the first that came up with Officer Helbecka here and Project Hope, and we're very proud of that, and I think it's been very successful, but it is ongoing, and it's going to be here, and we're doing the best we can with that. So there's a motion and a second on that. Would you please do a roll call?
I opened it for vote.
Yes. Okay. You don't want to work on that?
Okay, Councilmember,
There you go. All right.
all right,
He's up. Are you asking us to vote? Yes, please.
okay.
City Clerk?
And that passes 5-0.
All right, passes 5-0. Thank you, everyone. Okay, now we're getting down to annual user fee update. This is a public hearing. I'm going to ask our Finance Director, Mark Uribe, is Mark's there? And take it away, Mark.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the public. Tonight's action, the annual updates to the user fees. User fees overview, cities have the authority to impose user fees and regulatory fees for services they provide. A fee may not exceed the estimated reasonable cost of providing the service, and that's an important point that I'm going to come back to. A fee must relate to a service under the control of the individual on which the fee is imposed. That means an individual requesting a service such as a special event permit has a choice on whether they want to continue with that service at that fee. So back to the statement, it's very important. A fee may not exceed the estimated reasonable cost of providing the service. So how do we determine the cost of providing the service? We conduct a comprehensive fee study, which is a detailed review of time estimates, overhead costs, and direct labor costs that computes the total cost of service per activity. Once the study is completed and the total costs are computed, then the next step is to establish fees by city council action following a public hearing. And the city council has a policy of 100% cost recovery as a goal. That means the fees should be set at 100% of the total costs identified in the fee study for providing that specific service. A comprehensive fee study should be done every 5 to 7 years, and the last time we did a fee study, comprehensive fee study, was in 2020. So while we're here tonight, until the next comprehensive fee study, we are able to do an annual update, and City Council Budget and Fiscal Policy 3.01 says user fees and rates will be reviewed and adjusted annually to reflect any change in actual costs. So the annual adjustment for year-over-year change in labor cost for this fiscal year is 5.2% for all fees across the board with few exceptions. I want to also note that in February of 2025, the building and safety fees in Exhibits F and G of the resolution were updated, and the technology and general plan maintenance surcharges in Exhibit H in the resolution were added. So because those had been updated within the last 6 months, those fees will not be adjusted by this action. So that concludes the brief report, and I'm available for questions.
Any questions of Mr. Uribe at this time?
I have no questions.
No? Okay, this is an advertised public hearing. I'm going to open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers on this one?
I'm currently experiencing technical difficulties. I remember right before this happened, there was no speakers for this item, but if there is anybody that was speaking on user fees, if you could let us know. No? Okay.
Doesn't look like it. Okay, So with that, I'm going to close the public hearing, and I am going to ask for deliberation and guidance from my council members here. There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, can we do a vote here, please?
We'll try that right now. And I'm sorry, can we repeat that motion in a second? Who was the motioner? Okay. You should see a vote screen.
Mine doesn't come up either.
And I'm just waiting on
Okay.
the mayor. Okay.
Mine doesn't come up either.
I'll go ahead and is your vote for yes?
Yes.
Okay, that passes 5-0.
All right. And thank you, everybody, for being patient. Now we're going to get down to the general public comment. We're going to give you 3 minutes here tonight. We kind of have a different thing in our city. What we do, if you agree with what's been said, just kind of take your hands and kind of do this. If you disagree, we ask you to be civil and to not make any noises, hissing, or any other outward emotion. We want everybody, regardless of where you stand on any issue that you want to bring up tonight, to feel comfortable here. And that's very, very important for us here. We will hold you to 3 minutes. We're not in the business of cutting anybody off. We want to hear everybody, but please keep your comments to 3 minutes. So, Madam Clerk, do we have any blue cards at this particular point?
I'm going to call the first 2 speakers so that you can get ready. First one is, and I'll pronounce the name as best I can, it's Sarah Wolzeski, and then Chris Mastrovito. Is Sarah here?
She's in her car. We just texted her.
Okay.
Okay. And Chris? Okay, we'll go to Claudia Gonzalez.
Claudia, you can use any microphone you're comfortable using.
Because I'm short. Thank you. I definitely had a lot more to say, and I'm not gonna lie, I was really angry yesterday because yesterday I went straight from work to the supervisor's office or to the Board of Supervisors presentation to support Vianney Lopez. And it was very disappointing not to see any of you guys there. There was the mayor from Fillmore, there was the mayor from Santa Paula, and a lot of other people, but thank you, Dr. Martinez, for bringing it up and suggesting that you guys talk about it, and for suggesting for you guys to join the ACLU lawsuit. I think that says a lot. And I just want to ask you guys to listen to everyone else because I know my words are all jumbled up, and I know that we're all busy, but I think being present and showing face to your community is really important. I think also not being present the day of the raid, when again, other council members of other cities were there, that it wasn't even theirs. And I understand your comment of it not being Camarillo, but if you look up the address, it says Camarillo and it says 93012. So when the world looks at it, the people who don't know Camarillo or don't know Ventura County, they see Camarillo, regardless of what it is. If you're looking at it just face. So I'm gonna let everyone else take it away, but thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, the next 2 people will be Kim Stevenson and Julie Hansen. Oh, Sarah's here, okay.
Hi, thank you, Mayor Kilday. Thank you, City Council. My name is Sarah, and I'm a volunteer with 805 and DocuFund, and I'm here to talk about my experience at Glass House, where over 300 community members were taken. I was tear gassed and shot with rubber bullets, along with many of my fellow community members. I was one of the first community members to arrive on site at Laguna Road. When I arrived, I saw about a dozen armed officers blocking the road. It did not take long for family members to show up. Some were crying, some were still desperately trying to call their loved ones trapped inside, some were just in shock. Most came with friends or other family members to support them. Their community followed, and while we were chanting and pleading with agents, they deployed tear gas and shot us with rubber bullets. The terror has stayed with the community, but so has the support that the community has gathered themselves. We started the day with a few bottles of water and a small first aid kit that I had in my car at Laguna Road. We ended with so much first aid, water, people were bringing pizzas. The community came together to support us as we were standing for our friends and our family. In the days after, local businesses opened their doors to gather donations, and quickly the community was lined up around the block. Community members who had been out of food for days because they were scared to leave their houses. Children were squealing with joy at seeing cereal. We need you to do more than just make statements. We appreciate the measures you took today, and we need to do more. My friends will help outline more of our asks. And by the way, Sheriff Fryoff, you may have restrictions due to the Supremacy Clause, but you do not have to directly release prisoners into ICE custody. Everyone deserves dignity and their constitutional rights. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Mayor Kildee, council members and staff. I'm Kim Mara Stevenson, a Camarillo resident since 1975. That's 50 years. I'm also president of the Ventura County Women's Forum Collaborative, a career public school educator, mother, daughter of a 31-year Camarillo small business owner and Navy veteran, a granddaughter of a U.S.-born Chinese-American produce packer who married my Chinese immigrant grandfather, a cook who earned his citizenship and gold medal of honor for World War II service. I shared some of my personal experience as a rapid response network volunteer last month. And yes, it is true. I've been driving people to appointments as far as Children's Hospital LA. Not all are undocumented, not all are farm workers, and not all are Latino. The fear is high among documented people of color and youth born in the United States. I even have an emergency plan for my family. Not going to medical and immigration appointments, school work, recreational, school, sporting, and community events should not be an option for our residents. Today, I'm here to ask that you take action regarding the current immigration enforcement crisis. Unreasonable staffing, quotas, and political showboating have led to immigration enforcement in violation of due process and civil rights. We expect things to get worse soon as the federal funding and staffing increase over the next month. I lost my place in line last night to share my admiration and gratitude to Supervisor Vianney Lopez when they changed the rules after the break. I'm relieved to be standing here now. Supervisor Lopez exemplifies a local elected doing her job and rapidly taking actionable legislative action to support our community. I'm here to suggest that you also support item 69 from yesterday's county agenda to provide outreach, education, advocacy, and legal services to protect our people, economy, and quality of life, as many other city council and other elected officials from throughout the county did. Camarillo has been one of the epicenters of this crisis, whether the Glass House raid was technically within the city of Camarillo's jurisdiction or not, and should be a part of the conversation and model for others. People are clearly watching. In addition to supporting Supervisor Lopez's proposal, I ask that you consider formally putting this issue and item on the agenda for future meetings for transparent public discussion, holding an emergency meeting similar to Oxnard to join the ACLU lawsuit, demanding that the Sheriff's Office follow the LAPD's recent guidelines, and at the very least hosting a Know Your Rights workshop similar to Moore Park City Council. These are things you can do. Let's not talk about what you can't do. I have spoken with attorneys about the severe shortage of accredited representatives and attorneys who can legally advise on immigration issues. When people feel safe and educated and represented, they are more likely to be able to prove their cases. Unfortunately, they may not be able to afford such support, and our nonprofits simply cannot do this work alone. Affordability determining justice is not just. We need people,
you, Kim.
we need public support to
Thank you,
uphold
Kim.
the American values of liberty and
Thank you.
justice for all. Thank you for your time.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to
got
make
it.
everybody at 3 minutes. I'm just trying to be fair.
Thanks, Kevin.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Julie Hansen, and Dirk Lay will be after Julie. Is Julie here? Julie?
You can use either one that you're comfortable with, yes.
Okay. My name is Julie Hansen, and I work and live in Camarillo. But most importantly, I'm raising my family in Camarillo. On July 10th at Glass House, while distributing masks and water, I was approached by a couple who looked shocked and confused. They heard me speak Spanish, so they approached. It turns out they were visitors from Spain who were checking out Camarillo for the first time. They said they were driving by and stopped to lend support, but didn't understand what was going on. They asked why our government was allowing this to go on, and after some conversation, offered us to visit Spain. They said, "The police don't throw things at us." Their lasting memory of Camarillo will forever be Camarillo occupied by ICE. Germany has also reported on the incident. Internationally, eyes are on Camarillo. As someone who was there in a support capacity, we were hearing from family members of the people who had been detained and bussed out that morning. Even after they were removed from the facility, they weren't allowed to call home for several hours. The protesters had no bearing on that, as they had already been removed from the area. What the families were hearing, however, was that their loved ones were being told they would suffer worse treatment if they did not sign a voluntary deportation. Blaming us for the delays in the contact with the families or sowing discord between the PD and community is frankly disgusting, because we're the ones who are answering the call to make the community safer. Dog whistle terms used by Freihoff today make it obvious that upholding the law isn't what's driving his inaction in these situations. It's a bad look to discount the eyewitness accounts of the victims of excessive force within our own community, who he was elected to protect. Saying PD will not respond if they know it's ICE is horrible. How many times have citizens been detained first and questioned later? It might be ICE activity, but we still expect that our community is protected. PD might not be able to interfere, but they can serve as witnesses in their professional capacity when a concern is raised in their community. That's how they can change the public perception they've earned. Not interfering doesn't mean not holding them accountable for how they operate in your cities and counties. I ask that you support the Legal Defense Fund proposed by Supervisor Lopez. I ask that you formally add this to your agenda or hold a special meeting like Oxnard did. We have the ICE facilities nestled comfortably in Camarillo. Doing nothing is a statement.
Okay, thank you.
Dirk Lay?
My name is Dirk Lay. I'm an elected member of the Ventura County Republican Party, but today I'm just speaking as an individual. I'm a little disappointed of the statements that I've seen from Ventura County elected officials that blame this current crisis solely on the federal government. But I am here not to whine and complain, but to give you a potential solution. I think that when you do a resolution, you might consider, if you would be so kind, to request that Governor Newsom sign an executive order immediately that would allow the transfer of only violent, criminal, illegal aliens in the jails. And the reason is that it's infinitely safer to do it in the jails. I mean, everybody realizes that when Senate Bill 54 requires that you release these folks and you don't tell ICE and they go home, it's absolutely inhumane to go arrest them in front of their family and their neighbors and their friends. And it doesn't take a rocket scientist to realize how much more dangerous that is to the person being transferred, his family, his neighbors, his friends, and the law enforcement agencies. So please put some of the pressure where it belongs and have Governor Newsom sign an executive order to clean up the mess that he made so that we can humanely do these immigration officials. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next two speakers we have are Renee Dehisha and Corey Dransfeld. Is Renee here?
Hello, good afternoon to all the council members, Mr. Mayor, the staff, and the partners here. I am Renee DeHessa. I am an attorney, and I am also a former undocumented immigrant. I know a lot of you personally, and I think that I know you either through work or through community involvement. But I wanted to have this opportunity to have you hear from a story from someone like myself who is a resident of Camarillo, who is a invested partner of Camarillo. I have a home in Camarillo. I have a business. I have a child in public school in Camarillo. And I think that there is a lot of stereotypes of who the undocumented immigrant is. And we tend to focus a lot of individuals who are agricultural workers, but we don't often recognize a lot of the individuals who are part of our community who may be currently undocumented or formerly undocumented, like myself. I am, as a business owner and an attorney, I represent multiple individuals who are business owners, who are property owners, who pay taxes, and who are undocumented. Maybe they are DACA recipients, maybe they are have no legal status, and I can let you all know and the community know that they only seek to better not only their families, but their community. So I think it's important when we, in formerly Mexico territory, take the position to be outward with our actions. And this comes not just as city council members, but also as partners through the sheriff's office, that we understand that ICE is going to come in and come out like a Tasmanian devil, and the only repercussions that are going to be left behind are going to have to be dealt by us. And I think that we have done a lot of work in the last 5 or so years to try to improve on our policies and our systems for how we engage with our community through community policing, through community involvement. And it is unfortunate that it would take an action such as the federal government coming in, and in my opinion, as an attorney, exercising unlawful processes to be able to do away with all of the work that has been done. So I think it is important for the city council and as a city to take a stance and not just sit back and say, well, it's federal jurisdiction versus local jurisdiction. We understand that legally, you may not be able to actually fight that fight, but what it comes down to is what you express to your community. And by engaging in other policies that are simply just we're not going to do anything.
Thank you. I'm trying to be. I don't. Again, folks. I don't want to cut anybody out. The council doesn't. But if you could please leave it to 3 minutes. I'm just trying to be fair to all sides. So, would you proceed again, please?
So Corey Dransfeld and Abra Stewart? He's like, okay, so Corey's not here, so Abra Stewart? She was here, I don't know if she's left. All right, then we'll go down to Melissa Munoz. No. Molly McCoy? Spencer Ritchie?
There's Spencer.
All right, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so yes, I agree with everyone else in orange here that the ice raids are bad. They are catastrophic. They're devastating our community. They're not going to be a quick fix to fix, like, even if they stopped right this second. And so, but this isn't the core of what what I'm trying to talk about. Actually, it has to deal with, so currently the two places that, according to somebody from the city I talked to recently, through email, that one can watch the city council meetings, these online, are the city website, which I've never found it yet. I need to put more work into finding it, and YouTube. YouTube, however, starting today, actually, they're rolling out a new policy in which they will use AI to supposedly flag users as minors. And if an adult user is accidentally flagged as a minor, they will be required to hand over either their card info or a government ID to YouTube in order to be able to access an uncensored YouTube. And how this pertains to us, the anti-ICE stuff, is that basically what the YouTube wants to do and what other acts moving through Congress, such as COSA, the Screen Acts, IOTA, ASAA, FADPA, and Block Beard, what those would all make possible is what the UK currently has under their Online Safety Act, which is now in effect. So far, what has been blocked from the version of the internet that British people are able to see without handing over their personal information to big tech or whoever, it has included Wikipedia and even G-rated coverage of protests. So basically, the city needs to expand where it live streams the meeting so it's more accessible online. And we need to fight against the internet censorship YouTube and the US government want to do in order to keep these accessible to all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next two speakers will be Blanca Ortega and Nicole Radin.
Good evening. You know, I came here with a completely different statement, and I'm going to just kind of put my notes together. But one thing after last meeting and hearing your guys' remarks, and even still today with the mayor, your remarks, and the sheriff, is I hear a lot of what can't be done. And I just want to remind you of the tangible items that can be done. You guys can hold an emergency meeting similar to Oxnard, so we can join the ACLU lawsuit. I would like to ask the city attorney to verify. I assume I heard that there was possibly a deadline for that, so please don't miss your opportunity to be on the right side of history. I would like to request that you guys demand our sheriff to follow similar guidelines to what LAPD released. 1 second. I wanted to give you examples. Their LAPD new guidelines want to verify identity, record it, and escalate it if needed. They would go out unseen and request a supervisor if none is present. They verify credentials of federal agents, record that verification on their body cameras for transparency, and if an agent is not a legitimate federal agent, officers may detain and arrest them. Those are things that we can do that are within our purview, so please, please consider it. To the other comment made earlier, I was also at that Board of Supervisors meeting, and I was also equally disappointed that none of you guys also showed up. I do appreciate you bringing up the support of joining the lawsuit, but along with that, with your comments of continuing, well, another thing is, it keeps being mentioned that you guys don't handle immigration reform. We all know that. We are asking that you do handle things that are within your control. For example, Agenda 69 does call for funds to help support the legal funds, right? So if we can help bring a pathway to our community members to citizenship, that is a way within your purview where you can support the immigration reform, right? You're not going to change the law, but you can help our constituents who need our support. A couple things that commented that the sheriff said. He said, if you call 911, no matter who you are, help is coming. He said that in yesterday's board of meeting. Although tonight he said, if ICE is known in the area and they get a 911 call, they don't go out. So that is contradicting. And then you, Mayor, you said that you are committed to transparency and safety. Being transparent is going along with item number 69 with getting the citizen committee to work with the sheriff's department. Thank you.
Thank you.
After Nicole will be Amy Dobzinski and then Joseph Dobzinski.
Good evening, Mayor Kildee and members of the council. My name is Nicole Radin. I am a Camarillo resident. I'm an employee at a local economic development nonprofit, a coordinator at of the children's programs at a local Christian church, and I volunteer with the 805 Rapid Response Team. I am also a first-time public commenter, so I came today to voice my extreme concern about the immigration enforcement that's happening in our community and to ask that City Council take decisive and immediate action, specifically adding this as an agenda item on future meetings. To prepare for my first public comment, I thought a lot about what I wanted to say. I watched recordings of previous City Council meetings. I attended last month as an observer. And I wrote and rewrote what I wanted to say because I was having a hard time putting into words just because of how important this topic is to me. I finally came to this conclusion. I am not going to be able to ask for help more eloquently or more persuasively or more cleverly than my friends and colleagues. Nothing that I say will be some kind of magic statement that will unlock action by our city council, no matter how much I labor over the words or the statistics. You've already heard from others about how the contributions of immigrants are essential to our economy, both in labor and in entrepreneurship. You have heard firsthand stories of my friends and neighbors who have been harassed and terrorized by masked individuals who will not identify themselves. The most powerful thing that I can do is not what I say, but that I say something, that I use my one voice and add it to the hundreds, to the thousands of people in Camarillo that are all asking for the same thing. Please do something. Do anything, whatever is within your power. I don't know all of the things that a city council can do. I've learned a lot in the past month as I was preparing for this, but I trust you to know those things. There are things that can be done. There are cities that are doing things. We implore you, take action. Take as big of action as you can with as much energy and as quickly as possible. The TRO is running out and it will get worse soon. So please take action. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Amy Dobzinski, and I'm an educator and 20-year Camarillo resident. I spoke last month, and I'm returning today to ask City Council to join other cities in the ACLU lawsuit to offer monetary support for families impacted by the July 10th raid and increased accountability for the VC sheriff. July 10th will forever be etched on my memory. Just miles from our home, masked and armed agents took our community members by force and used illegal tear gas and rubber bullets on fellow activists. I arrived mid-afternoon to Laguna Road when the call for mutual aid supplies went out. A friend and I did a supply run for food, water, masks, goggles, and medical supplies, as tear gas and rubber bullets were already used against the crowd. We quickly got to work distributing supplies, and when the face-off between agents and community members was extremely intense, I did what I could do to support others because that's what community does for each other. This next part of my story I've only talked about with a very select few. While they're providing mutual aid, I had a panic attack and I needed to leave. I left uncontrollably shaking and sobbing, and I was so upset with myself for needing to walk away. I felt that I had failed and that I was privileged knowing that I could go home when that evening other moms and dads would not be returning home that evening. I haven't shared this widely because this movement isn't about me. In the months since the raid, I have turned this anger and disappointment into action. I've actively been distributing information, talking with community members, and getting involved in speaking out for those who cannot. This movement is about my neighbors, my students, and their families. They belong together and they do not deserve to be targeted and terrorized. It is extremely disappointing and frustrating given all the national coverage of this event that Camarillo City Council has not held a special public session to discuss this very topic. But instead, we are told we will have another public statement next month. Families are being ripped apart. Our neighbors are scared. Basic needs are being filled by our mutual aid volunteers because people are afraid to go to the grocery store and live life as normal. And I don't blame them. Next week, we return to school and I don't feel safe. In addition to normal back-to-school prep, I'm deeply concerned about my school community being a target. Camarillo deserves better, and I have witnessed firsthand VC Sheriff collaborating with ICE, putting officer safety over community safety needs. I speak this evening on the side of humanity and compassion. What has happened here in our community is absolutely horrific, and City Council needs to do more. Again, I urge City Council to join other cities on the ACLU lawsuit, provide monetary support for families affected by the raids, and to reevaluate the city's contract with VC Sheriff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Joseph, and after Joseph will be Gloria Mealy.
My name is Joseph Dubzinski Jr. I'm a resident of Camarillo, an unpaid volunteer for 805 UndocuFund, and I'm pissed. A month ago, over 60 people came to this council with real and legitimate concerns about ICE in our community and with real solutions taken by other cities to respond to the gross overreach of ICE. Since then, all we've seen is a video filled with platitudes and a promise of potential actions by, quote, trusted partners, unquote, within the community. I guess the city council was too busy spending time with their families or working on their personal business or living their best lives to take any action during your dark period, which are all privileges the 300+ families separated at the Glass House raids and in the 4 weeks afterwards no longer have. Moreover, not a single person on this council thought it was worthwhile to speak at yesterday's Ventura County Board of Supervisors meeting where Supervisor Lopez was presenting more concrete action to help our immigrant and migrant communities. So if we're talking about trusted partners in the community, clearly no one on this council qualifies. And while we're talking about trusted partners, I was greatly disappointed in the response by the Ventura County Sheriff's Office to last month's meeting. Freihoff chose to simply dismiss our concerns as mischaracterizations rather than perform any meaningful investigation. And just now, Freihoff blamed activist groups as the reason for the lack of trust in law enforcement. The same groups like 805 UndocuFund and VC Defensa who are fighting day in and day out to monitor ICE activity, doing real community outreach and organizing, providing much-needed mutual aid, and picking up the pieces for those affected by ICE's unchecked reign of terror. Things neither this council or the sheriff are doing at this time. Because the migrant and immigrant communities can plainly see that ICE continues to use the Ventura County Sheriff's Office and other law enforcement agencies to support their efforts. Everything from practically escorting released prisoners into ICE's custody, responding to nuisance calls about activists at 321 Cortez Circle, and harassing activists exercising our constitutional and California state rights to follow, observe, and report on ICE activity, all while turning a blind eye to the daily violations of state, federal, and constitutional law by ICE, both on and off the clock. This is why outsourcing our public safety to the Ventura County Sheriff's Office is such a bad idea. The politics of the sheriff become the politics of our local law enforcement. Rather than stand up to ICE like so many other sheriffs throughout this country to protect public safety, Fryhoff has just suggested he is powerless to do anything other than harassing the very activist group supporting this endangered community. So if we can't turn to the city council to take meaningful action against mass secret police terrorizing Camarillo, and the Ventura County Sheriff's Office refuses to do anything to stop or obstruct these illegal and unconstitutional actions taken by ICE, then we'll find people to fill those city council seats and the Sheriff's Office until the motto of Camarillo goes from being Las personas son la ciudad to solo el pueblo salva al pueblo. Thank you.
Thank you.
And after Gloria will be Denai Lassen.
Good evening, Mayor Kildee, council members. I'm Gloria Mealy from a family who's lived in Camarillo for 60 plus years. And here today, after being here last month with many of our neighbors here to express our concerns and fears about the dangerous and violent activity of ICE in Camarillo. The council patiently listened to over 50 of us who spoke, asking what you will do to support our community, especially our immigrant neighbors and all of us who are at risk. And I appreciated your patient attention and statements that followed, and tonight's promises of further action. I think a lot of folks have already spoken on what those actions are being proposed. You also have heard and may already know that many who spoke that night were gassed, intimidated, and detained the following day by federal agents at the Glass House raid. We honored Mr. Garcia, who lost his life that day. Hundreds of workers were hauled off with no due process. I could hear the flashbangs from my house in the middle of town. The terror we feared was taking place down the road, unincorporated area or not. So thank you for honoring Mr. Garcia and his family tonight. So a month has passed. Our children are returning to school. People are still afraid. They're afraid to leave their homes. Federal agents continue to intimidate and detain residents with no due process. The sheriff just attested that federal agents are not trained to intervene, yet here we are. And let's be clear that the federal government is on a vengeance tour to terrorize and damage California however they can. So local protections, whatever you can do, are more important than ever. So thank you for the thoughts tonight about agendizing these issues. Can you pass a local ordinance prohibiting law enforcement from covering their faces and hiding their identities? Can you put this VCCF fund or agenda item 69 for emergency aid here so that people's lives who have been upended because of the color of their skin, the language they speak, or the places they work can be protected? Our beautiful community gained a global spotlight for the most ugly reasons. The world is watching. The most vulnerable are watching. We are all watching and waiting to see the actions on these ideas tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
And, okay, good. After our next speaker will be Cynthia Salas.
Good evening. I'm Danae Lassen. I come here this month more frustrated, more disappointed with the City Council silence, and also more determined to fight this fascist regime. Tennyson remarked last month he takes our comments with a grain of salt because he wasn't there. I hope you take the Fox News coverage of the Glass House raids with a grain of salt too, because you were not there. They left out what I have video of were multiple times before we were gassed. There was no one across the line threatening ICE, throwing things, or blocking vehicles, yet they continued to charge at us, like in the room, hit with rubber bullets and pepper balls and chemical munitions directed at our bodies instead of at the ground like they're instructed. I have video of me sitting in a car escaping the gas and a gun being pointed directly at me and a dear friend who is here tonight. 5 of us went back the next day and combed the area to gather evidence of munitions. None of us saw a single nail or brick, as Freihoff claims. And while, yes, there is footage of someone throwing rocks at departing transport vehicles, that is not something a majority of us support, and you can hear in our footage yelling to remind people to not throw things. I also have video footage of Freihoff fist bumping ICE and directing them which dirt roads to take at Glass House. And he even said tonight they blocked off a road, which is assisting. You're missing the point. We are not saying that the sheriffs are enforcing federal immigration. We are saying they are allowing ICE to continue illegal activities against our community. Just this week, a volunteer was parked out front of the hole and had his plates obscured. This is a traffic violation, but the response to ICE tattling on him was alarming. 4 squad cars showed up to write a single, simple citation, all while VC Sheriff lets ICE agents roam around with no plates, taped over plates, mismatched plates, stacked double plates, or black bubble plate covers. ICE got into a fender bender with volunteer because of ICE's reckless driving. The agent didn't provide a real name or a real address, yet the police took the report and didn't hold that agent accountable as they would if I refused to provide a real name or a real address. If they are not assisting, then they need to hold ICE to the same standards that they would hold us. None of these are claims. We have picture and video documentation of all of it, and if you still don't believe us, you are welcome to sit with us at the hole. If we are not the ones sowing discord. Freihoff claims in his statements yesterday and today that. If he cared like he claims, he would not defensively speak at councils and then leave before listening to a single one of us. He claims that there is no participation, but it appears that there might just be mismanagement. So I ask for a training to be set up for a clear breakdown and understanding of SB 54, especially with the Camarillo PD, who clearly don't seem to understand. Please join the ACLU lawsuit, support Supervisor Lopez's proposal, and hold a Know Your Rights City Council. Thank you. We need you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Cynthia Salas. I'm a school board member at Oxnard School District. I'm not here in that capacity today. I'm here in support of everything that was just said. I want to say thank you for the gesture that was made to the Alanis family. But if you really want to honor the family, have a public hearing. Having the sheriff come in and say his part of the truth is not only disrespectful, but it's downright, I'm going to keep that word to myself. The family that was here tonight did not deserve to hear the lies that he came up here to say today. I was one of those individuals attending to families after the aftermath of that horrible incident that day. And the people that he calls these criminals, these activists, were majority elected officials as well, myself included. So I'm going to ask you to use your power as a body. Your power is to make policy. Your power is to listen to your constituents. And even though it wasn't exactly in Camarillo, it impacts the entire county. The majority of those families are families in my school district. You didn't have to sit with families wondering where their food was going to come from. You didn't have to sit with women that sat for 11 hours, that had to urinate on themselves because they were too afraid to leave. The conversations that I heard from these women, what they witnessed, coincide. So I ask you, you want to honor that family? You want to have truth come forward? Have a public hearing, but have documentation, have facts. I can sit here and tell you my truth, and will you accept it in the same way you accepted it from the sheriff? We're going to have a public safety racial equity advisory meeting on the 28th, asking him the same thing we're asking you all here today to do. It's our responsibility as elected officials to take care of our community. My role is to represent children. Our roles are nonpartisan. So I don't care if you're Republican, Democrat, liberal, I don't care. Our role is to protect the people. This is why you have your community angry, upset, afraid, frustrated. All they want is clarity and truth and justice. Honor that family by having a public hearing, okay? Because you don't get to be sad for a family if you take no action. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speakers I show are Peggy Morgan, and after Peggy will be Stephen Auclair.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I didn't come here to speak tonight, but after listening to what the sheriff had to say, and having been there myself, I felt a need to at least present a different point of view. I was not at the Glass House end of Laguna Road. I was at Las Posas end. I was there because I live near Cal State Channel Islands, and this was within 2 miles of my house. And what I saw was a crowd of people being blocked from going anywhere near anything by a line of National Guard and Border Patrol agents. No one was identified. They had numbers because I guess at the city council meeting, somebody heard that we were upset that they wouldn't identify themselves, so they did have numbers. They had sticks, they had guns. The Border Patrol was armed, the National Guard was not. And I looked at those National Guardsmen, and as you can tell, I'm probably older than most of you. Those kids, I felt so sorry for them because I wondered why they joined the National Guard. A lot of kids join because it's their way to get a college education. They serve their country, they serve and protect. They were there to block people who wanted to support our neighbors, who were very concerned about how our neighbors were being treated. During the pandemic, these individuals were considered essential workers. They put their lives on the line as healthcare workers. They kept food on the table for all of us. And what have we done for them? We don't fix a broken immigration system, and I know that's federal, but I also know we all can speak to our federal representatives and let them know that we're tired of this. It's been going on for 50 years. We could establish some route to immigration sanity, and as the proposal last night stated, we could at least help people who could qualify to be here because they get some help legally. I have to say that I know that I am privileged, although as a woman I have had to fear at times being out alone, but I've never had to fear going to work. And I'm glad I haven't because I've been able to keep food on my table and pay my bills. And I don't have children to worry about. I feel so sorry for these people, and I hope you as city council members will show your faces and show your support for these individuals. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stephen and Claire. And after Stephen will be Bev Dransfeld.
Mayor Kildee, Vice Mayor Tennyson. I was here and I listened to your last meeting, and I came today because of the importance of the humanitarian disaster that struck our county. I know earlier we've called it many things. We called it a raid, the sheriff called it an enforcement action. But what happened in its aftermath was a humanitarian disaster that struck our county. Much like previous disasters have been studied in the history of Ventura County, that day will be studied. Who was there, who wasn't there, the quality of the statements, and how we responded to support those left behind. The rental eviction crisis, the hunger lines that now wrap down streets across this community and across this county. If you haven't seen those videos, I hope you start paying attention and look at those videos. You all care about humanitarian relief efforts. When there was a fire that struck this city, you showed up. When there were major car accidents and major incidences in this city, you show up, even in unincorporated portions of Greater Camarillo. When that fire happened last year, you didn't ask, oh, which portion of the city line do you lie on? As you know, up there where the fire was, it's very hard to tell. But yet, I think you do that to separate yourself from the emotion of it. It costs you nothing to pick up the phone, call Mayor MacArthur, call Supervisor Long and Supervisor Lopez, and voice your individual support. Many of your colleagues did that. And I didn't see or hear any of you say that. Maybe you did it privately, but it wasn't on public record. When you have mayors from across this city, from across this county, and council members and school board members voicing their concern, the community views your heart differently than I think it is. I think you care deeply about the people that were crushed in this raid and in your community. I think your intent is good, and I hope you express that. Mayor Kildee, I hope you pick up the phone if you haven't already and call Mayor MacArthur and say, how can I help? How can we work together to save these children? Pick up the phone and call Mayor Pedro Chavez and Cristina Villaseñor and David Newman, all of whom spoke out, but you weren't there. But I think your heart's there. I really do. You're known for your heart. And so please pick up the phone, call Mayor MacArthur, call those individuals and say, Camarillo thinks that Supervisor Lopez's proposal is fair. It is entirely within the jurisdiction of the county. Please vote yes, because it's something that you all can't do. You are frustrated because the community is asking you to do things that isn't necessarily within your purview. Well, the county government has a $3 billion budget, 25 agencies, covers everything from birth till grave to death. It is their responsibility to provide public defenders. It's their responsibility to go into the reserves of $3 billion and invest in areas your city can't. Cost you nothing.
Thank you.
Submit that comment.
Thank you.
And after Bev will be Libby Higgins.
As each day has passed since the last meeting, my heart has sunk further and further. I realized it took a month for the public to hear from the city, to have an opportunity to have some sort of discourse, some sense of protection, remediation, and we can't even have that because it's not on the agenda. As I stood on Laguna Road in disbelief of what was happening in front of me, I knew no one would believe me. So I stayed to bear witness, to record, to be live, to go live on the horror, the terrors that unfolded in front of me and happened not only to me, but to our community. Amidst the tear gas, we started to recognize one another. The same people on Laguna were here the night before, giving public comment how they did not feel safe in Camarillo. Little did we know how unsafe we truly were. At the last meeting, folks did not ask for immigration reform. We asked for public safety. Over 60 people stood in front of you begging for action, for protection, for something, anything, even a workshop, yet no emergency meeting was called, no availability of resources or offer of support to those impacted by the raid. Do you know how many of us are hurting? Everyone in this room, every inch of our lives do not go unscathed by the actions of ICE and the inaction of this council. If there is any hill I die on, this is the one, because my mother nearly died on a hill to come here for a better life. As the LA raids happened, I asked her, even when things were at its worst in her journey, did she still think it was worth it? She said yes. She came to a country where she did not know the language, navigated it through illiteracy, to a country where she knew no one, leaving her own daughter behind, my sister, blazing the way for her own family to be able to find opportunity. Las personas son la ciudad, we hear over and over. On July 10th, people were the city. They stepped up to be the city because the city was nowhere to be found. However folks want to present what happened on July 10th, however they want to portray it, at the end of the day, the people who showed up were there to find their loved ones, to find out if they would ever see them again. People showed up for those families to help provide resources. Friends showed up to support those who already showed up. And the love, the support kept growing, along with the anger and frustration at the excessive unnecessary force used against us. They were not protesters. No, we are this community. Yes, there are limited resources and limitations, but we still have unlimited heart. Our hands may be tied, but we can still serve. The request I have tonight is regarding the Vasquez Perdomo v. Noam ACLU lawsuit for the city to enter into a common interest agreement with the plaintiffs so that this commits the city to sharing data and narratives of impact without requiring much city attorney time. Attorney Vanessa Frank can further advise on this, as well as the city of Oxnard, who have already joined the lawsuit, supporting.
Thank you.
After Libby, I don't have anybody that had already called their name. So if you haven't heard your name called, please see Sylvia over here.
Hi, I know some of you very well, and I will say that I honestly came here tonight with a very open mind. In all honesty, I had no comments prepared. All I did was take notes at this meeting. And there's some things I really appreciate. I appreciate that Susan Santangelo has asked for, not only at the last meeting did she give a clear direction, but she also asked this meeting for the VCCF neighborhood program to be funded, and I appreciate that. I appreciate the second from Vice Mayor Tennyson. I appreciate many of the comments tonight from Councilmember Martinez Bravo. And there's many to list, and I also appreciate that many of you are dedicated to this community and do a lot of things that we don't see. Here's what I don't appreciate. I don't appreciate that we have a Vice Mayor Tennyson who is in law enforcement and a Councilmember Tremblay who is a lawyer and yet don't seem to care about due process. I find it very frustrating that I don't see the two of you as the most outraged on this council, frankly. I find it very frustrating that over and over, not only last month, but this month as well, I'm hearing suggestions from the sides here, from the ladies on the council. And yet across the board in the front, I'm not seeing the same energy. I need to see that same energy. We'll be here every month. We'll be here every time. That's the reality. We need you to step up. You need to be a lawyer and appreciate the law and stand for the law, or else it's just words and a paycheck, and then we'll know what that is. We need to know that you who have family and background in law enforcement believe in justice and will stand for it as we watch it degrade. We all know that profiling is about to become legal. We know that that's going to the Supreme Court. We know what's going to happen there. We watch as over and over again, the justice system is failing us. And so what do we have? We have city councils, we have school boards, we have local elected officials, like supervisors, that we are depending on as a last resort when those other institutions fail us. And here's another thing I'm disappointed in. I have read and I know who are on the endorsement lists of Janice Parvin, Supervisor Gorell, and Supervisor Long. I know whose names are on that list. So how they vote reflects on you. And I expect you to make phone calls. I expect it of you. If you can't do anything as a council, I know you have friends in these spaces. That's where your power can be. If you can't find it in this room, find that power on the phone. Call the people you know will answer your call, and they won't answer mine.
Thank you.
Okay, we have two more speakers. It's Maria Acosta and Doug Boyce.
Good evening again. When I watched last month's city council meeting and saw the volume of speakers, it kind of compelled me to want to come today. And before my comments, I do want to acknowledge the pain that everybody is sharing. But I also do want to bring up what's kind of hit me is a lot of rhetoric. And what's happening and what I'm seeing and what I'm feeling is I feel like I'm in deja vu with Defund the Police 2025 edition. And I feel like our sheriffs are under attack now, our federal law enforcement's under attack, our state law enforcement's under attack, and with the heightened rhetoric, not from everyone, but there are certain folks that are elevating rhetoric the same way that it was happening in 2020. And the fallout from that is very dangerous for our deputies, for our CHP, for FBI agents, anybody who is going to be serving a warrant, because a tone is being set by some folks that it's okay to attack and interfere with law enforcement. And that's not acceptable, not appropriate. And I felt as a community member, I needed to come and say this out loud, because the violence that we saw on TV, and I'm specifically talking, I'm glad that Christina Gonzalez's coverage on Fox 11 was shown, because there is something that was shown on that. And that was some opposition person who showed up and was attacked with water bottles, and he was attacked physically, and he was on the ground. And one person, you hear it clearly, said, F him up. And thank God there was cooler heads there. And I acknowledge that cooler heads intervened so that man did not get the Reginald Denny treatment. Thank God that camera was rolling. But that is the tone that's being set, not by everyone, but there are activists out there that are drumming up anti-police rhetoric. And what I expect of my city council is to maintain that level head. And I truly appreciated Vice Mayor Tennyson's comments after last month's meeting. It was very reasonable, very rational, which is what I expect. This is a very emotional issue. I acknowledge that this is important to a lot of people, but we still have to have cool heads. And I, for one, want to ensure that we don't fall into Defund the Police 2025 edition. I want to thank the hard work that our sheriffs do, our deputies do, and our law enforcement do at all levels on a daily basis. With the 30 seconds I have left, a lot of comment was made about last night's meeting. I was there. I will tell you I am a dissenting voice, and that one that you're going to have, item number 69, is a no. And I'll be very quick and tell you why. As a taxpayer hawk, taxpayer money should not be going to NGOs. This is such a important issue to a lot of people. Private funding should be sought after as the sole way to fund these NGOs and not public money. But I'll save that for next month if you choose to cover that on agenda. But I want to thank our police and fire. I want to thank you for not being there, because there was plenty of comment to get to. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Okay, and Doug Boyce?
Good evening. My name is Doug Blois, 10-year resident of Camarillo. We're not your enemies. These people are not your enemies. The sheriff is not your enemy. I had to get that out. A lot of emotion tonight, obviously. First of all, I want to say it was appropriate to honor the man who had his life cut short. Appropriate, very appropriate. And I respect that and honor that. And I respect the fact that it was shared in Spanish and in English. That was good. Our country is founded on the free and open discussion between people, and that's what we depend on. We got to be careful about doing rhetoric. That leads to violence. That's not acceptable. So free and open discussion, transparent, honest discussion is absolute necessity. What I didn't appreciate is really early on this evening, one of the council members made a speech in Spanish. Now, I don't speak Spanish. I don't understand it. I mean, I know a couple of little words. But if we want to have a free and open discussion and get to some fruitful, resolution of things, you got to be able to, people need to understand what you're saying. So I would ask for a full English translation of what the council member said, because I would like to hear it. I would like to respond and try to make something happen, make something work. So I don't really have too much more to say. Just use your wisdom and experience as council members to do the right thing for the city of Camarillo. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, anyone else?
Mayor, just for clarification.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure there's nobody else. But why don't you go ahead and proceed?
No, just for clarification, what I read was the mayor's message that was already in English in the newsletter and social media. You can find that there, and it was just a direct translation in Spanish. So it's the same information. Yeah, it's on our newsletter and on our social media. So, but we can have staff provide it to you as well.
You may have came late. Yeah. Okay. Madam Clerk, is there anyone else?
We do have one that was added on. It's Christy Abney.
Okay.
Christy.
Hi, was not planning on speaking. This is my first time attending. I was on the other side of the country when everything unfolded last month and sat there just gobsmacked. What I will say really quickly, because I have not taken notes, was not planning on speaking, is you had Boys and Girls Club up here in the beginning. As a mother, I care about children. I care about my children. I care about everybody's children. If you truly care about children and you want to help boys and girls, whether they're part of that club or not, you have to help all boys and girls, whether they're here with documented papers or not. As someone else said, this formerly was Mexico. We live in California. We live in Camarillo. These are Spanish words. We need to recognize that. The other thing I will say is sitting here, people have said that there's been rhetoric going on. The only rhetoric that I have heard has been from the sheriff. He has solely placed blame on the people that were there. I was not there. I can't say what happened. I've seen videos. I've made my own decisions with my heart. But what I can tell you is that there is a long line of people who do not trust law enforcement because of their own personal interactions with them. That is not from rhetoric. That is not from Fox News, CNN, MSNBC. These are lived experiences. And yes, I do believe we have to listen to what everybody is saying. We cannot discount it and call it rhetoric because it is not. These are lived experience. As a privileged, white, middle-class woman, will do whatever I can to help my community. And if that upsets the sheriff, I'm sorry. And you know, I'm sure I'll be getting some extra speeding tickets after that. But again, I was not planning. This was not eloquent. This is from the heart. This is really just, I agree with everyone who is saying there are things you can do. When we're talking about this federal, we can't change federal. It starts at this level. It starts at city, then it goes to county, then it goes to your state, and then it goes up federal. This is where we make change, is at our local city council meetings. So thank you for your time. I will be back.
Thank you.
I don't have any more names.
All right. Anyone else like to speak that is here? All right. No further business coming before the council. I want to thank everybody for being here, and we'll be adjourned.